Great American Landowner. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 421, Determining the Target. Zhou took the document given by Zhou and looked at it quietly. There are many large fast food chains in the United States. There are already many top 10 selections. For example, McDonald's and KFC, which are well known, are both in the top 10. For example, McDonald's, the most famous restaurant in the United States, is a large fast food chain restaurant with about 30,000 branches around the world. Its main products are hamburgers, French fries, fried chicken, soda, etc. McDonald's restaurants are spread across 6 continents, and there are stores in about more than 100 countries. And KFC, the full name is Kentucky Fried Chicken. Kentucky Fried Chicken, usually referred to as KF, is a famous fast food chain originating from the United States. It was founded by Colonel Harlan Sanders in 1952. The main products are also fried chicken, hamburgers, French fries, soda, etc. As of 2012, KFC has more than 3,000 branches in China, which is also a great store. Burger King, known as Burger King in China, is one of the 3 fast food giants along with McDonald's and KF. It has more than 11,220 branches in 61 countries and regions around the world. Its strength is not much worse than the previous 2. James McLamore and David Edgerton, the 2 founders of Burger King, always maintain the business philosophy of providing customers with reasonable prices, high quality products, fast service and a clean environment. After several failures and lessons, they finally turned a shabby little shop into a business empire with thousands of branches and assets of billions of dollars, becoming an indispensable part of popular culture. There is also Subway. The founder of this company originally opened a small sandwich shop with a borrowed $1,000 to raise college tuition. 38 years later, this sandwich fast food restaurant named Subway has become a chain kingdom with more than 140,000 branches in 75 countries around the world and an annual turnover of more than $5 billion, becoming the world's largest sandwich fast food chain. Needless to say, Pizza Hut can be found in some large supermarkets in China. It is one of the world's largest pizza chains. Its logo features the roof as a prominent symbol of the restaurant's exterior. It has branches in more than 100 countries around the world, receives more than 4 million customers every day, and bakes more than 1.7 million pizzas. Pizza Hut has quickly become the world's leading pizza restaurant chain in terms of turnover and number of restaurants. Starbucks. This store is also very famous. It is an American coffee chain company. It was founded in 1971 and is now the world's largest coffee chain. Its headquarters is in Seattle, Washington, USA. In addition to coffee, Starbucks also has tea, pies, and cakes. Starbucks has nearly 12,000 branches worldwide, covering North America, South America, Europe, the Middle East and the Pacific region. Dairy Queen, abbreviated as Q, is a global ice cream and fast food chain. According to the 2006 financial report, Dairy Queen has more than 5,600 stores in more than a dozen countries around the world, of which about 4,600, 85%, are located in the United States. It is the world's #1 soft ice cream expert and one of the global fast food chain giants. Panda Express, Nexpress, founded by Chen Zhengchang, is an Americanized Chinese fast food restaurant chain and a subsidiary of Panda Restaurant Group. Panda Express is headquartered in Rosemead, Los Angeles County, California. As the largest Chinese restaurant chain in the United States, it has more than 800 branches in nearly 40 states, employs 210,000 people, and has a turnover of more than $1 billion. In 1983, Chen Zhengchang opened the first Panda Express restaurant in Glen Arcade. It mainly operates in large shopping malls, supermarkets and commercial streets. The chain serves a variety of foods, such as orange chicken and oriental chicken, served with fried rice or fried noodles. Zhou looked at Dal's introduction and nodded. He was quite satisfied. At least he did an investigation. It seems that he is a reliable person. He smiled and said, "You did some research. This is incidental, but since you are going to run a fast food business, it is also good for you to take a look. These are basic introductions. I have more detailed ones here, but there are a lot of data. If you want to know more, take them with you," Dale said and pointed to a pile of information on the table over there. Zhou looked at the pile of things and nodded, swallowing his saliva. "This stuff is really not ordinary," he said to Dale. "Okay, thank you, Dale. It's okay, the fee you paid is enough to take these away," Dale said truthfully. Okay," Zhou nodded and said. Then he looked at the information. The first chapter introduced a large chain brand, and then the characters. After flipping through a few pages, there were actually not many people in it, only 6 people in total, but they were all very good in their work experience. Several of them also had more than 15 years of work experience. This is also what Zhou is most satisfied with. What he wants is mature talents, so that he doesn't have to worry about everything himself. How troublesome it would be. Do I have a chance with these people? Zhou put down the folder and asked Dal. Well, according to the investigation, they are obviously unhappy as cadres in their original companies because of various troubles, Dal replied. Zhou nodded. The executive of Panda Express inside, Jennings, I think he is very good. Zhou said one. Well, he joined Panda Express in 1997 and was promoted from a clerk to a store manager, then to a regional manager, and now to the current chief operating officer. Recently, he has been in the position of chief operating officer, but obviously he has no share in this matter. The position has been divided up within the Chen family, and he is a little embarrassed now. Dal introduced. This person has complete sales, management, and operation experience. I think he is definitely capable enough to run your newly established fast food restaurant. Zhou also nodded in approval. The most important thing is that this person has worked in Chinese fast food restaurants for so long. I think he has a lot of insights into the American appetite, which is what he needs. I just took a look. There is also a person who used to be in charge of logistics and transportation. You put him in? Zhou asked. I think you need such a person. He works for Subway and has 20 years of experience in logistics. I believe that he can definitely play a key role in the logistics and transportation arrangements of the fast food restaurant you are going to establish. Dole explained confidently. Then he picked up another person and said, and this Ms. Meshel works at Starbucks and has many years of experience in internal management and human resources training. I think this is also the person you need. Yeah. Zhou nodded in response. Although he has not opened any store yet, as long as the staff are in place, all these will be easy. But now he has no manpower, and if he is asked to do something, he obviously has no idea. After thinking about it, this Dale is really good. At least he has thought of everything he can think of. Hey, no, are you missing a product development person? Don't you do that yourself? Dale said to Zhou with more doubts. Zhou was depressed after hearing this. He seemed to have said it before, but at that time, he didn't know so much. He just wanted to sell a few kinds of buns, and didn't think about what kind of product development he should do. But now that he knows more about this, he feels that he really needs more things. Let's talk about this later. When the people are all found, let them think about these things. Zhou said. You are now like a boss. Dale sighed. By the way, please help me get these people out. I plan to talk to them. If possible, they will be the ones. And I saw what you wrote in your file. They seem to have been excluded from the company recently. As long as you are satisfied, I have already told them. You don't have to worry about it. They are the only ones who are excluded. Boss, please look carefully. And it's not just at this time that Jennings was excluded. Some of them have been excluded before. After working for so long, there will always be some conflicts. Some want to change the environment, some want to be promoted or increase their salary, but the original company can't satisfy them. Dale then explained to Zhou. I said, I'm lucky. When I want someone, they will have a hard time immediately. This dry person came to me for help. Zhou smiled and said with sudden enlightenment, there are only so many positions in the company. If you don't move away, you can only stay here. The most annoying thing is that 1 or 2 people are suddenly parachuted down from above, and they will be even more depressed. This job obviously has no end in sight, and those who are ambitious at this time plan to find another job, and those who are not ambitious will just wait until retirement. Then it seems that we are all very ambitious talents. Well, very good. Zhou commented and nodded with satisfaction. As long as you are satisfied, I will help you make an appointment with them now. Dale looked at his watch and said, I estimate that we can meet in the evening. Do you want to eat something first? No, I don't have much appetite now. You should go eat something first. After thinking for a while, some concepts in my mind suddenly came out now. Let me stay alone for a while. Zhou waved his hand and said. Then the people in the room slowly withdrew, and Mizi followed. Half of them stayed as bodyguards, and the others went to eat something first. They just accompanied Zhou to work today, but they haven't eaten yet. With such a big stature, they eat a lot. Although they can resist hunger, it is a good thing to be full. As their leader, Zhou stayed first, and another person stayed to accompany them. It's not that he is setting an example, but he doesn't seem to have much appetite. Zhou put down the coffee, walked to the refrigerator next to him, took out a bottle of beer, broke it open with his teeth, and gulped down a few mouthfuls. He immediately felt refreshed. Looking up at the scene below the hotel and the busy crowd, a faint sense of superiority arose. Look at what we are living here. This is called life. Fast update Pure Text Chapter 422. Composition of Baozi. Zhou was sitting on the sofa, looking down, but his eyes were not focused, and he was obviously thinking about something. Kyle was also talking beside him, doing his own work diligently. But he just read the newspaper or something. There really wasn't that much to do now. It was still very relaxing to follow Zhou. Now that I have gathered the people and recruited them, I will let them continue to recruit people, and recruit a batch of middle level and grassroots personnel. Then it will be to acquire stores, or directly acquire a few small fast food chains, and it will be more convenient to directly transform them. We will see what ideas they have at that time. Then it will be food standardization. Chinese food is not like Western food. It is still a bit difficult to achieve standardization. The only Chinese food chain brand he knows in China is the one with a yellow Bruce Lee as its logo. The standardized steamed food they make is at least much better than fast food in terms of taste. And the buns I'm going to make now are easier to standardize, and there are many varieties. There are many kinds of sweet ones, not to mention the ones with fruit flavors. Then there are vegetables, which can be developed into many types, and then there are several types of meat, and there are also many seafood. Think about it, it's quite rich to make. There are also mixed bun fillings, such as cabbage pork, cabbage beef, celery and other meats, crab roe buns, etc., all of which can be considered. Now the main thing is the ingredients and water, both of which can be produced by space. The last time the old lady used the hydrated noodles in the space, let's not talk about how the ingredients tasted. Just talking about the taste of the noodles, Zhou couldn't help smelling it. The steamer was just opened, and the smell hooked people, really wanting to stick their faces in it. The composition of steamed buns is water, flour, toppings and finally the stuffing. The flour is made of wheat, but we don't grow too much on our farm. With just a little bit of wheat, it's probably impossible to supply enough flour, but you can consider it in the early stage. Later, you can buy a farm that grows wheat and improve the grade of the wheat. The flour made in this way will be much better than the flour outside. The water and flour are the main raw materials under your control. Others can't imitate it, even if they want to. Then there are the ingredients, such as shallots, peppers, cabbage, ginger, sesame, bean paste, celery, leeks, green onions, etc. Zhou only grows a few of these, but it doesn't matter. If there are some, sell them first, and grow some later. If there are none, you can grow them. Anyway, it's not like we can make all the products at once. It's enough to update some new products every month or two. The buns are wrapped and steamed, so the taste is obviously better, but it is obviously not possible to supply them in large quantities. Considering that there is a chain bun shop in China that uses a technology called quick freezing, the taste is not bad. Zhou thinks that this is also worth considering. Now the main thing he can do is to add the vitality water of the space, which not only makes people feel that it tastes good, but also can get a good improvement in health. Then the ingredients are all improved varieties in the space to enhance the flavor. The last is flour. The wheat in the farm is harvested and made into flour. It is mixed with wheat purchased from the surrounding areas and synthesized. The taste is estimated to be improved a lot, and it is also exclusive. When I grow more wheat in the future, I can consider using my own. First make these things, and then proceed to the problem of bun filling. The meat in the farm is basically not enough. Zhou is really reluctant to make buns with his good beef. Unless it is a high-end bun, then he can consider it. For fast food, we can just buy them from outside. At worst, we can use vegetables from the farm, and we grow quite a lot of them. In general, Zhou's farm cannot supply everything. He can only improve it slowly in the future, slowly buying land and farms, to increase the types of planting, so that he can have all his own things. Zhou was excited just thinking about it. The advantage of integrated production and sales is the increase in risk resistance. However, he believes that there is really no risk. As long as there is a source of goods, he can definitely carve out a path among these many restaurants. Time passed quickly without realizing it. Kyo and the other bodyguards had already changed shifts and had finished their meals and came up. When Zhou came to his senses, more than 2 hours had passed. He didn't have much appetite just now, but now he has an appetite. He quickly asked Miko to find the hotel to get some food, so that he can have a good meal. Boss, do you need anything else? Miko saw that Zhou had already eaten 5 servings of food, but it seemed that he was not full, so she hurriedly asked. Zhou chewed a piece of steak in his mouth, and took a glass of red wine in his hand. After he burped, he slowly said, well, I'm 8/10 full. This kind of mental activity really consumes a lot of energy. Miko, ask the hotel kitchen to bring another serving of pasta. I want Chef Hank to make it. The pasta made by this old guy tastes very good. The few people following Zhou looked at the table full of empty plates and 2 bottles of empty red wine. When they heard the boss say that he was only 8/10 full, they were sweating profusely. He really deserved to be the boss. With a size like me, I can only eat 4/10 at most. The boss is really not something that ordinary people can be. His appetite is really good. Okay, boss, I'll go right away. Mirko bowed and walked downstairs, picked up the hotel's meal order phone, and called the kitchen directly, because he was a high-ranking guest and a well-known figure in the hotel. Even though the chef was off, he would still cook if Zhou asked him. Zhou looked at his watch. It would be a few hours before dinner, but he just started to eat lunch. His life was really busy. I don't know what kind of feeling it was, but I smiled a little bit proudly. Zhou, ask if Dal and the others are here. I've been waiting for 3 hours. Call Mr. Atwood and ask if he wants to come back for dinner tonight. He hasn't been seen all day, and I don't know how his inspection is going. Zhou turned to Zhou and said. Zhou nodded, took out his cell phone and called. Zhou continued to finish the food in front of him, but the meat had been eaten. Fortunately, there were still a lot of fruits. The taste was much worse than that in the space, so it was edible. I'm really not picky. After Zhou finished the call, he walked over and said, Boss, Mr. Dahl said that the person you want will be here in about 20 minutes. Yeah. Zhou nodded. And Mr. Atwood said he was still investigating and was eating in a restaurant that he felt was good. He said the manager of this restaurant was good and he wanted to stay a while longer. Zhou couldn't help laughing when he heard it. This old guy, he took a fancy to other people's stores, and he also took a fancy to other people's people. He even ate and packed. He didn't even leave any bones for people. Haha. Mr. Atwood really meant that. He said it would be best to buy a store directly. There is no need to change people, just use the ingredients from our farm. I believe that with guaranteed high quality service and high quality ingredients, it will not be a problem for this store to have good business. Zhou chuckled and said to Zhou, well, if he wants to take a look, it's up to him. After all, he is in charge of this matter. If he thinks it's negotiable, I'll just send someone over. Zhou said. Then the doorbell rang, and the food cart from the kitchen had been delivered. After Zhao Jixi motioned to Zhou to give the waiter a tip, he picked up the noodles and started eating. Well, this is the taste. It seems that this guy's skills are very stable. Just when he had almost finished eating, the people brought by Dal also arrived. Zhao Jixi took a tissue to wipe his mouth and walked over. Hey, Dal, introduce them to me. I can't wait to meet you guys. As he spoke, he looked at the three of them. Jennings, Meshel, and Tom Field, who came in with Dal, knew from the beginning that the boss was a young man, but they didn't expect that after meeting him. They felt that he was indeed very young. However, his temperament and affinity seemed very good. At least the three of them had a very good first impression of Zhao Jixi. Dal pretended that he couldn't stand Zhao Jixi's enthusiasm. Wait a minute, buddy, everyone is here. You can't be so anxious. Your friend. I have come all the way back and forth. Shouldn't you invite us in for a drink first? Oh, I'm sorry. It's so rude. Everyone don't stand. Come over here and sit for a while. Then he said to Miko, go get some drinks. After that, he looked at them again. Sit down. Everyone sit down. Several people were greeted by the enthusiastic Zhao Jixi, and they followed suit in a daze. Then Miko came over with a dining cart. The big boss didn't say what he wanted to drink, so she had to bring everything over and let everyone choose, so as to avoid asking questions and making the boss unhappy. What do you want to drink? Zhao Jixi also discovered this problem. Fortunately, Miko was a director, so he pretended to get something from the car. Drinks will be fine. Dal said. Coffee. Well, Zhao Jixi felt that his actions were in vain. He could only take out a drink from it and handed it to Dal first, and then signaled Miko to pour a few cups of coffee. There was a pot of brewed coffee in the car. As long as Miko moved, they could be separated. But to be honest, Miko was really considerate. Although she was not as coquettish as those secretaries who had special uses, he still admired the well-behaved and gentle nature of Japanese women. Chapter 423 Negotiation. Zhao Jixi had a very pleasant meeting with several people. After a few words of communication, he could fully affirm the professionalism of these people. Zhao Jixi assured them that after the establishment of the new company, the three of them would be the main body. As a layman, he would give them greater power, so there was no need to worry that he would casually interrupt and intervene like those bosses who knew nothing. However, as it was related to their future, they were not so hasty that they could make a decision after meeting once. Zhao Jixi did not mind them thinking about it, because he knew that this matter could not be rushed. It's okay, but I don't know if you have time this weekend, but you can go to my farm. You can try the buns I plan to sell. To be honest, that kind of food tastes really good. Of course, as long as you don't think I'm bragging. Zhao Jixi invited them. Several people looked at each other and nodded to Zhao Jixi to indicate that they could. Although Zhao Jixi said it well, without seeing the product, there was no bottom line on this matter. In fact, what Zhao Jixi did wrong was to invite people directly instead of opening a restaurant first, so that these people would have a clear understanding. He has nothing now. Otherwise, when Dal introduced him, he said that he was a director of Apple, which is relatively famous recently. It is not certain whether he will come or not. After agreeing on a time, several people were also interested in the conditions he offered, so it was natural to go to the farm for inspection. Zhao Jixi politely sent them to the elevator. It would not be possible to do it outside, as he was afraid of being seen. He is still working in the original company. The three of them entered the elevator with a smile until the elevator door closed. Since the three of them met, this is the first time that the three of them have been together without anyone else. Several people were silent for a while. As a woman, Meshel spoke first and said, I didn't expect to work with Mr. Jennings and Mr. Field in the future. Jennings also glanced at the woman and said, I didn't expect to meet Ms. Meshel. As for Mr. Field, I'm very happy to meet you today. Me too. Field is a little fat, but he looks very strong. His height of 1.9 meters makes people look very pressured. Mesha is a woman who makes people feel that she is not a simple person. She is not a gentle manager who can make people feel good. In the past, this matter was usually handled by her boss. In fact, she has made great achievements and layoffs. Of course, this is only one aspect of her ability. In short, her temperament is a little sharp, and she looks like a strong woman at work. Jennings looks a little thin, but compared to the two of them, she has a strong aura. After a chat, she won the favor of Tom Field, and Mesha also felt good about him, which laid the foundation for the future cooperation between the few people. If Jennings, as a leader, can't even unify the two of them, then he can forget about making a difference in this new company. Zhou will not want this person who has no leadership temperament and ability. After chatting for a few words, Meshel looked at Jennings and asked, "Jennings, do you think of your boss like this?" Jennings was silent for a while, then he said, "He is a very friendly person, and he has a clear understanding of his own abilities. And if he doesn't have the disadvantage of Asians who like to run the company as a family business, then he is basically perfect." Oh. The two looked at him questioningly. Asians, or Chinese, are more sentimental. I have worked at Panda Express for so many years. If the boss didn't like to appoint people based on personal connections, he would definitely be a good boss. Compared with other companies, he gives me a lot more, whether it is salary or benefits. Unfortunately, among this kind of people, it is impossible for me to move forward, Jennings explained. Haha, that seems very good. Meshel nodded with a smile. She also wanted to go further. Feld was also thoughtful, but a smile appeared unconsciously on his lips. In the hotel room, Zhou and Dahl sat down again. Dahl held the information and said, "And Tom Feld wants better treatment. Everyone has his own pursuits and wants to find his own dream in the land of America. But the American dream, not everyone can achieve it." Zhou also nodded. "Our analyst, it seems that I want to congratulate you on taking the first step towards your American dream. I hope we will have the opportunity to cooperate next time." He took 2 glasses of champagne from Maisie next to him and handed one to Dahl. "Thank you for your care. You should know that I cooperated with other companies for this order of yours. I just made a little hard-earned money, but thank you," Dahl said. "Man, we are friends. We Chinese have a proverb that good things should not flow to outsiders. It means that when there is a good thing, you should think of friends. It is better to give it to friends than to others." Although Zhou Chinese is quite average, the Dahl in front of him is even more average than him, so there is no point in explaining his nonsense. "For our friendship. Cheers." In the evening, at a famous nightclub in San Francisco, Zhou and Dahl made an appointment with a group of friends to spend a ridiculous night. The auction had just ended not long ago, and Zhou's popularity was very hot among these people. When entering the nightclub, Phelps, the little prince of nightclubs in San Francisco, Zhou's friend came to greet them. A luxury booth was reserved, and more than a dozen people gathered together. Men and women together, or men and women, they celebrated there. I forgot to say that Zhou's friends at least do not discriminate against homosexuality, because many people who have grown up are bisexual. As for Zhou, although he feels a little strange about men being together, he is full of curiosity about women being together. Capitalism in the United States is too corrupt. Phelps, who is next to Zhou, handed him a glass of freshly mixed wine. "What is this?" Zhou put it to his nose and smelled it. The smell was a bit stimulating, and he said with a little doubt. With the sound of music and screams, the nightclub was full of the smell of asterisk. The light just happened to hit Phelps, and Zhou saw his grinning face. He looked at him and said loudly, "Good stuff. This is what I made. This is called asterisk. Let go of your asterisk. Let's have fun together." He touched the cup in Zhou's hand with it, and the force was a little uneven, and a lot of liquid in the glass spilled. Avril's high-pitched voice became even more explosive in Zhou's hand. Zhou looked at it, and didn't care about anything, so he picked up the glass and drank it. Suddenly, he felt a hot feeling from his mouth through his throat, into his stomach, and finally spread to his whole body. "Oh my god, what is this? It's fucking exciting," he said loudly in a mixture of Chinese and English. Phelps laughed a little darkly and said, "It's so cool, right? I added a lot of good things, but I don't think you want to know." This made Zhou feel a little shadowed in his heart, but who would care about him at this time? The reaction in his body was too exciting. I can only say one word, that is, cool. Jess, this stuff is not bad, isn't it? Phelps, that bastard, actually invited you to drink this. You should know that he is usually very precious. It is not an easy thing to extract this stuff from a pile of unknown animals. A Chinese behind Zhao Jixi patted his shoulder and said, "Animals?" Zhao Jixi looked at Phelps with doubt. He shrugged and said, "I don't think you want to know, man." He soaked a bunch of penises in some kind of wine, and that kind of wine is one of the ingredients of this wine. Another friend, Jenny, this girl is bisexual, and now she is hugging a woman, smiling at him. Wine penis. Zhao Jixi muttered a few words. Isn't that a tiger penis or a lion penis or something like that? Fortunately, forget it or don't ask. If this kid is disgusting and tells me that it is soaked in human penis, I will beat him to death. I won't just let any dick go. I've carefully selected wild beasts in heat. Phelps rolled his eyes at Jenny in displeasure. This woman had just stolen her ex-girlfriend to disgust her. But at least she had sex with her cousin, which made him feel better. Jenny, can't you feel the benefits of this thing? Are you jealous? Zhao Jixi said with a bit of a wretched smile. No, I just think it's a pity that the big thing doesn't enter my body. Jenny said to Zhao Jixi, "Hey, baby, although that thing is good, I have more flexible fingers and tongue." The woman next to her was Phelps's ex-girlfriend, a typical woman who broke a man's heart. At this time, only a woman could comfort her. Zhao Jixi was directly made out of temper by the words of these two women. When this woman got fierce, he couldn't resist. "Dude, it's definitely the right choice for you to get rid of these two women." Zhao Jixi turned around and said to Phelps, "Hey, man, cheers to my correctness." Phelps said, "Cheers." Many people in the nightclub also knew Zhou or the people next to them, and they came over to say hello. After playing for a while, Zhou also greeted them happily. Not only did he drink a lot of wine, but he also showed a lot of tricks. Because his reaction nerves are relatively fast, he can learn it after others play it once, or he can follow the people who are doing the tricks. Just with this little trick, many people are interested in following him to play. Update quickly. Pure text chapter 424. Playing big. Who? Jess, you're the best. The crowd shouted at Zhou. The DJ on the stage was also playing the disc and began to rap. "Hey, look, our handjob master, Daddy Jess, has another poor guy who made him dizzy. Hey, Jess. Who? Jess." Zhou's friend went up to play the disc himself, and the rap made everyone shout in rhythm. Zhou was having a great time, and he also climbed onto a platform and danced an unknown dance, but he showed off his upper body muscles and explosive power. The girls in the audience screamed, and he became more and more excited. "Take it off," a female voice suddenly shouted. Then the women seemed to react later, and some men also shouted, "Take it off, take it off, take it off." Zhou was a little drunk and relaxed a lot. He looked around at the people in the audience, put his hands next to his ears, and made an expression that he couldn't hear. The girls in the audience knew what he wanted immediately. "Ah!" screamed, and then shouted louder and louder, "Take it off, take it off." Zhao Jixi pounded his chest with his right hand, and then signaled the DJ to play a new song. He followed the rhythm, and began to pick up the street dance in his memory. With a good physical foundation and regular martial arts training, his control over his body reached a level that was not inferior to some dancers. As the music continued to perform several moves, the screams from the audience became louder. Zhao Jixi took off his outer coat first, and the royal blue shirt could not block his surging muscles. In addition, the exercise made his muscles swell even more. He used the same move again, and the women screamed even louder. Then he took a deep breath and made the Iron Man standby move, and then his muscles exerted force with a hiss. The surging muscles tore the shirt made of top-grade material on his body, exposing his bursting wheat-colored muscles. At this time, only a little bit of connection could be seen on the shirt at the chest. The people in this part of the nightclub were silent immediately, but the silence lasted for a while, and then there was a scream that was about to explode the roof. "Ah!" Phelps was a little stunned. "It's really fucking exciting. Shit, so cool. I really want to see if his little brother is so exciting. Damn, I feel a little wet. How about you, Sony?" Jenny unconsciously touched her lower body and then turned to her female companion and said, "Me too, too manly." Sony licked her lips, staring at Zhao chest, then touched Jenny and kissed her lips. The two of them were obsessed with the woman and kissed for a long time. Even the two men next to them were aroused, but when they wanted to pull someone next to them to kiss, they saw a man. The two looked at each other and found that everyone's taste was similar, and the main thing was that they were both quite clean. After looking at each other for a few times, the two quickly approached and kissed each other. Fuck. Phelps cursed after taking a look, and then pulled the woman next to him over to kiss her. The music continued, and Jay Chou also danced wildly. Two excited women in the audience took off their high heels and climbed onto the platform. Without saying anything, their right hands touched Jay Chou's chest. The tight muscles and the powerful beating heart. The woman couldn't help but blush. Another woman was not polite either. One hand on the chest and the other on Jay Chou's hips, and her whole body was almost pressed against him. Crystal, this is the best nightclub in San Francisco. It feels good. The girl looked at Jay Chou on the stage with some interest and said to the woman next to her. The woman wore smoky makeup, leather tights, and her hair stood up high, revealing her whole face. This was a delicate Chinese face with a bit of classical temperament. The girl shook her body slightly and looked up at Jay Chou, but she always felt that this person seemed familiar. Could it be an acquaintance? This handsome guy looks pretty good, she said to her friend. Well, this place looks great. Of course, this is one of the best nightclubs in San Francisco, and the security and confidentiality of this club are very good. No photos are allowed here. You can rest assured that no one will know that you are here to play. The girl continued. Yeah. Crystal nodded in response. It seems that Asians are quite popular in this place. She looked at several Asians who were holding girls, and they were all the main figures in the conversation in various circles. Well, this is one of the places where our Chinese community likes to gather. The Chinese here are all very rich. Either they are successful themselves, or their fathers are very successful. In short, none of them are simple people. The girl said. Wow. It sounds like it's amazing. Crystal nodded in response. Really? The young people from the richest Chinese families in California all like to come here to play. And did you see the guy on the stage? Yeah, I saw him. What's the matter? He is the most powerful person of our age, a young wealthy man who has risen in recent months. Rich? How powerful? You look so admiring. I'm almost crazy about him. Crystal said to her friend. You'll know after you listen to me. Why are you in such a hurry? Okay, I get it. Go on. The girl said, after taking a sip of beer. The girl went on to say, I heard that he inherited the property of Mr. Bud Chen, one of the former Chinese financial groups. Later, he mortgaged all the property given to him by Mr. Bud to the bank and invested in Apple and now Facebook. Apple's stock is increasing in value every day, and Facebook's current market value is approaching $10 billion. He holds 5% of the shares and was invited to join the Apple board of directors some time ago. He is now the youngest director of Apple. Crystal's head was filled with a series of zeros when she listened to her friend's words, and she couldn't help but blurt out, then how much assets does he have? I don't know, but I heard that he made more than $20 million in the Apple stock market in the past 2 months. In the end, Apple directly recruited him, the largest holder of outstanding shares on the market, to serve on the company's board of directors, said the girl with admiration. And he held a watermelon auction a few days ago. That watermelon I gave you. You said it tasted great. It came from his farm. The price of one was more than $200. Do you know how much he sold it for? The girl was still making a joke. That watermelon, the taste is really unforgettable. The girl sighed as she recalled it, and then asked, how much did he sell it for? More than $40 million. I didn't calculate the specific amount. So amazing. Crystal said with emotion. The most amazing thing is not this. You know, the watermelons in his farm can be produced 3 times a year. This alone can definitely make him one of the most profitable farms, or even the best. He can make a profit of $100 million from this alone, and it's all cash. You can imagine his cash flow in the future. He will definitely be one of the most powerful people. Oh my god, his money is so easy to make, easier to make than the Godfather's real estate, and he makes more. comparing myself, those who make movies and commercials every year. There are so many people who are far behind him. Of course. I heard that he is also a Chinese ancient scholar. He can also make the magical medicine and incense, the kind burned in temples. My dad spent more than 1 million on those few boxes. He usually treasures them very much. But that thing is not bad. I once secretly took one to try. The girl felt that her friend didn't understand it very well, so she continued, "Forget it, I'll let you try it next time and you will know. That thing is really powerful. No matter how much alcohol you drink, as long as you take a bath and light one of that treasure, you will feel much better immediately," the girl said with a face full of experience. Her father gave her such a precious thing to sober up. Crystal looked at her female companion and said speechlessly, "Seeing your admiration, don't you like him?" "Of course I'm a little bit. Although I don't like such an outstanding man, it seems that he doesn't have the intention to call him a girlfriend." Some time ago, the younger sister of the Hilton sisters snatched him away. Her elder sister has been talking about this recently, which makes me angry. The girl said bitterly, "Is Nikki Hilton his girlfriend?" "No, his friend said he never admitted it. She's just his girlfriend. He seems to care a lot about the word girlfriend, and he won't ask the other person to be his girlfriend if she's not acknowledged. It feels a bit like the style of Chinese men." The girl said, "Oh." Crystal nodded thoughtfully. Then an Asian saw the two of them and walked over as if he saw an acquaintance. "Hey, Eliza, I haven't seen you lately. I miss you so much." The Asian kissed her on the cheek. "I went to China to play for a while, and last time I came back, I was asked by my dad to be busy, and I only had time to come to San Francisco recently," said the girl. "That is, Eliza. Wow, I was wondering where you went. We all missed you so much." "Sorry, my friend." After the two exchanged a few words, Eliza introduced her friend. "This is my good friend Crystal Liu." Chapter 425 Crystal Liu. "Hey, hello girl, you look so beautiful," the Asian praised. "Thank you," Crystal said. "Come over to our side and play with us." He invited the two of them. "We have the most dazzling star tonight." He pointed at Jay Chou, who was about to come down from the stage. Eliza was obviously a little tempted. There was the temptation of playing with friends and also to get to know Jay Chou. This was a temptation for her, but she had friends next to her, and it seemed a bit bad to go now. Crystal didn't even know the people there, but this idea only stayed in her mind for a while, and she didn't know where it went. Another idea is to take friends to meet new friends, which can also expand her kindness. Besides, knowing more people is good for everyone. This idea suddenly appeared in her mind, and she looked at her friend. "Oh, and you girls, come too. I believe that no one will chase you away. Come on, Crystal, let's go over there and sit for a while. It's good to get to know more friends. Don't worry, I know several people over there. Nothing will happen," Eliza assured her friend. Crystal saw that her friend said so, and there were people waiting, so it was okay to go over and sit. As long as she didn't drink too much, she nodded and agreed. "Okay, let's go over there and play for a while." Zhao Jixi was so horny from the teasing of the two women next to him that he wanted to make sure they went to the bathroom. But now is obviously not a good time. The two girls who were also horny touched Zhao Jixi and teased him with their tongues from time to time. "Okay, girls, now is obviously not a good time. How about we go downstairs and rest for a while? I'll buy you a drink," Zhao Jixi said to the two women separately. "Good boy. I like men with a strong masculine smell. First of all, I'm definitely not a boy, woman. Secondly, if you think boys are more delicious, I can consider it. I will let you eat a big banana tonight. I'm Godzilla's cousin, and my big tail grows in front." Zhao Jixi shook the ear of the woman who said he was a boy and said. Zhao Jixi jumped down first, and then opened his hands to signal the girl above to jump down directly. The girls probably drank too much. They jumped from a height of 2 meters without thinking whether Zhao Jixi could catch them. Fortunately, Zhao Jixi caught both of them correctly. Not only did the people around who were just watching shout in amazement, but the girls who jumped down also hugged Zhao Jixi's head and kissed him non-stop. After the small scratch song ended, Zhao Jixi put his arms around the waists of the two girls who were clinging to him and returned to his booth with a group of people. Huang Duling, this kid, also came to the nightclub to play. Everyone was in the same circle, so he brought 2 friends here. Huang Duling looked at his friend with envy. Jess, you look much more handsome today. Bachelor's days are really enviable. Zhao Jixi also saw his friend, patted the 2 girls' buttocks, and signaled them to let go a little, otherwise he couldn't say hello to people. The girls looked at him with seductive eyes, and loosened their arms around his waist. Hey, darling, I haven't seen you for a few days, why do you look so bad? Haha. As for my beauties, you can't envy them. First of all, you have to have a good waist like mine, and secondly, you'd better have a cannon like me. Zhao Jixi walked over, and hugged him, and joked with a smile. My cannon is not much worse than yours. Huang Duling replied a little depressed. The 2 chatted for a few words, but they couldn't talk anymore. It was time to drink, and the friends on the scene picked up their glasses and drank to a few people. After 2 rounds of drinking, they stopped to rest and chat for a while. Zhao Jixi held the 2 girls and chatted with the people around him, or told a few jokes to amuse the 2 women around him. Hey, Jess, did you see that? It seems that Jack brought 2 girls here. They look pretty good. This guy has improved recently. Phelps said to Zhao Jixi. Jenny rolled her eyes at Phelps and said, that's Eliza, not Jack's friend. As for the girl next to her, I don't know her, but she doesn't look like Jack's girl. Did you guys miss me? Chinese Jack came over and greeted Zhao Jixi with a fist bump, and also proved to the 2 girls behind him that he knew Zhao Jixi. Zhao Jixi pulled him over and gave him a bear hug. Jack, did you see my good show? How was it? Well, man, it was really cool. I want to go up and try it, but I can't get the ability to hug a girl at such a high height. Jack said, you can finish dancing now and ask Jess to come over and help you get down. Jenny said with a big laugh. Jack gave her a finger directly. Let me introduce 2 girls to you. Jack said after saying hello. Jenny immediately said, no need. Hey, Elle is a woman. Come here. God knows how long I haven't seen you. You want me to say, do you know how much I miss you? Jenny opened her hands and said to Elle as her opposite, Jenny, don't interrupt me when I'm talking, okay? If you have the guts, tell me that you know the girl next to me. Jack said to her with an unhappy face. Okay, Jack, you win. Just finish your bunch of nonsense about the introducer. Jenny pulled Eliza and said to Jack with a funny expression. Zhao Jixi watched his friends playing, and when they talked about the girl behind, he looked over seriously. It was a face that looked like a classical beauty of the Celestial Empire, but now with smoky makeup, it looked more heroic and beautiful, and looked very stylish. But why does this face look so familiar? A question mark suddenly popped up in his mind. This is Eliza's friend, Crystal Liu. Jack introduced the girl to several people. Then he introduced her to her. This is Phelps, our little prince of the nightclub. If you want to have fun, you can try with him, but if you want to fall in love, I suggest you don't choose. Although Phelps didn't have any interest in the girl, Jack teased him like this, and several friends around him laughed tacitly. He was so angry that he picked up the snacks on the plate and threw them over, but Jack dodged them flexibly. Haha. The girl also laughed lightly and said to Jack generously, nice to meet you. Although you are not suitable to be a boyfriend, we can be friends. There are not many beautiful women in the world. Jack's words have made another girl lose interest in me. Jack pretended to be disappointed and said, and then praised the girl, but if you can forget his words, I will be waiting for you at any time. I think my memory is pretty good. The girl said humorously. Haha. Phelps, take Jack home tonight. He will make you feel better. Jenny laughed. This is Jenny. She already has a girlfriend. Don't even think about it. Jenny was so angry that she threw a handful of pistachios at him. This is Huang Duling. She has a girlfriend, and if anyone wants to steal her man, she will let them try her strength. Jack humorously introduced them to Crystal one by one, and finally it was Zhao Jixi's turn. Jack hadn't started talking yet. Zhao Jixi took a close look at the face of the girl named Crystal, and finally remembered why she felt familiar. I saw this woman at the airport last time, and the other one was her mother. No need, Jack. I think Crystal and I should know each other. He looked at the girl and said, is that so, Zixi? After hearing what Zhao Jixi said, Crystal finally remembered who this person was, a man she had met at the airport last time and had talked to several times on the phone later. You are JC Chow, Jess. Wow, you are actually Jess Chow. After hearing a bunch of random words, JC Chow's head was a little swollen, not to mention the people around him. But at least he knew that the two people knew each other. Now even Alice knew that her friend actually knew JC Chow, and it seemed that they were on good terms. Well, I have to explain. I think I should be the JC Chow or Jess Chow you mentioned. JC Chow stood up, took 2 steps forward, and came to Liu Yifei, but I didn't expect to meet you here. Me too, but what I didn't expect was that you were actually JC Chow. I didn't expect you to be so special. Liu Yifei tilted her head and looked at JC Chow with a little disbelief. Haha. Whether you believe it or not, I'm such a person now. It's really a surprise to meet you. JC Chow shook hands with him and then gave him a kiss on the cheek. Liu Yifei didn't know why, but when JC Chow did this etiquette, he actually felt a little burning on his face. This is such a strange encounter. Guys, let's have a drink to celebrate our encounter today. Zhou Jixi picked up the glass and poured a glass of wine for Liu Yifei, the girl whose English name is now Crystal. Everyone picked up their glasses when they heard the voice. Cheers. Liu Yifei was infected by the aura of the crowd and shouted loudly, cheers. The nightclub has an advantage. The dim lights can isolate people's embarrassment and allow people to release themselves. It's like Zhou Jixi when he was chatting with Liu Yifei. He put his hand on her shoulder and chatted with her, and the girl didn't dislike him and continued to chat and laugh with him. From time to time, the two of them picked up the glass and clinked it and drank it again. Chapter 426. Are you dreaming? In the morning, Zhou Jixi woke up between 2 women with a headache. Because he wanted to have fun, he didn't cheat when drinking. He just opened a mouth for the little goblins to monitor whether he said or did anything he shouldn't do. If he did, he would immediately clear his mind and wake him up. With this, Zhou Jixi could have fun at ease, and he didn't have to worry about anything, even if he was drunk. He propped up his body with his right hand, touched his head, took the cup beside the bed, and secretly replaced the water in it with the water of vitality in the space. This thing is also effective in sobering up. At least it can make his head, which is a bit headache now, feel more comfortable. He drank a lot of wine yesterday, especially when he and Liu Yifei were together later, and they drank a lot of high concentration flying wine. But the memory only goes here, and he can't remember what happened later. Suddenly, his face turned pale, and he turned his head to look at the woman in the quilt on the right. Fortunately it's blonde. He opened the quilt and took a look, and he immediately breathed a sigh of relief. It was one of the 2 dancing women last night. Everyone was just out to have fun, and one night stands were normal. But he remembered telling Liu Yifei to drink as much as she wanted yesterday, and that there would be no problem with him. Well, he was talking nicely, but he took her to bed. Isn't this a slap in his own face? It's a pity that last night, she was still calling him Jesse brother, and he was calling her sister. He got drunk, and was not careful, and turned this sister he just met into his love sister. Zhou Jixi really couldn't get over this. After looking at the right side, he planned to look at the left side, but as soon as he saw a little hair, his heart started to jump, as if something was not right. Black hair. He muttered in his heart. The woman's quilt covered her face, and Zhou Jixi couldn't tell who this person was. As if a little scared, he first uncovered a little part of his body, turned over the quilt underneath, and a pair of snow white thighs were revealed. After turning it up, the black valley was right in front of him, and the perky buttocks looked very tempting. Zhou Jixi couldn't help swallowing his saliva when he saw it. This body was very elastic when bumped. He continued to turn it up slowly, and when the 2 big rabbits were exposed, he felt relieved. Fortunately, Zix's breasts are not that big. After muttering, he directly revealed the answer. After turning over the quilt, he saw Liu Yifei's friend, the big-breasted girl named Eliza. Why did this girl get into my bed? He was drunk and his mind was in a state of confusion. The girl turned over the quilt and felt that her skin was a little cold, and goosebumps appeared. His eyebrows moved slightly, and he gradually woke up. When he opened his eyes, he saw Zhou Jixi sitting next to him. Elisa smiled charmingly. Jess, you were really great last night. Elisa leaned towards Zhou, moved her body, leaned her head on his chest, and pressed her two big white rabbits on Zhou, and leaned her voluptuous thighs on him. Her body was tightly pressed against Zhou. You are so comfortable, warm, and warm. Zhou was a little stunned. What is going on? I just got involved with her like this? Although his mind was confused, his body's reaction was not confused at all. The little brother was gradually rubbed by Elisa's big white legs, and was now setting up a tent on the bed. Zhou didn't think so much at this time. With a beauty by his side, you can still expect him to use his brain to think about this. Now he directly took action. He used his hands to hold Elisa's body a little higher, so that her bumpy body was all pressed against him. Jess, let's have a morning exercise. Before Zhou said anything, Elisa pulled the quilt off Zhou. She held little Jixi and said directly, as you wish. Zhou said concisely and clearly, and his hands began to rub on Elisa's body. He took special care of the two big white rabbits, and two fingers were still pinching a little red. At this time, the little thing had become hard. Elisa held little Jixi and rubbed it a few times, and then moved her hips appropriately, and lifted them up slightly. The flower valley was flooded at this time, and she sat down with a puff sound when she aimed at the position. Jess, move, start your motor. After sitting down, Elisa was not satisfied with her slow movements, biting her lips, and looking at Zhou with lustful eyes. You woman, okay, let's change positions, I'll do it. Zhou originally wanted to sit and watch her exercise to rest, and by the way, play with a pair of breasts. He noticed this last night, and there was a comparison with Mizi. Zhou propped himself up with his hands, and Elisa wrapped her legs around his waist, holding his neck tightly with her hands, as if to prevent her from separating from Zhou. He turned over, and pressed Elisa under him, and casually took a pillow, and placed it under Elisa's waist and buttocks, so that the position of the valley was more upward, and the contact with Zhou's brother was more seamless. Fuck me, Elisa said. Zhou smiled evilly. I'm coming, baby, accept my fast movement. As he said that, he quickly started pistoning, and his mouth was still free to kiss and bite Elisa's big breasts from time to time. His teeth bit the top a few times, which further aroused the feeling of Elisa's body. The girl who was sleeping next to him was also awakened by the actions of Zhou and the others. She smiled softly and stretched her hand to her valley to grind it. Zhou also noticed this, and his body couldn't help but speed up. But there was a woman next to him waiting for him to develop. But not long after, another girl suddenly stood up under the bed of the blonde girl. Fuck, why is there another one? Zhou couldn't help but cheer for his awesome behavior after getting drunk. Suddenly, a sleepy voice sounded behind the girl. Jess, you are in such a good mood so early in the morning. Zhou recognized the voice at once. If he could see, his forehead would be full of lines now. Jenny, why the hell are you here too? Jenny didn't mind the exposed breasts. She looked at Zhou's activities that had been suspended at this time with some interest, but Elisa was still in the activities. It's okay, you continue, I'm just watching, but we'll try it later, your skills are very good. Jenny licked her tongue seductively. Honey, I wanted to kiss me. Originally, because of Zhou's silence, there was only the sound of Elisa's movements and friction in the room, and now another voice sounded from under Jenny. After saying that, she stood up and stuck to Jenny. Yeah. Jenny responded, then turned around and hugged the girl, kissing her mouth to mouth. Zhou was a little dizzy at the sudden turn of events. Fuck, how many women are there in my room? Why are they all coming out one by one? He couldn't help it, and he hit Elisa hard, and said to them unhappily. Elisa screamed with pleasure. Jess, let's not care how many there are, let's celebrate first, come on, baby, I need you. Zhou wondered if he hadn't woken up at this time, so he moved his lower body first, shook his head, picked up Elisa, and slowly stood up from a kneeling position. Hey, Jenny, don't you like to sleep a little longer in the morning? Women need to sleep more to be beautiful. Zhou just stood up, and another voice came over. Yes, we played so late yesterday. We have to sleep a little longer today. I have to go to the beauty salon and sit down. A woman over there spoke. It's just that these people didn't seem to be uncomfortable with Zhaoji's appearance. He looked over there immediately, and there was another woman, but this woman's breasts were really big, probably because she didn't drink much carpentry soup when she was a child. They were just a pair of small dumplings, but her nipples were pink, which was quite attractive. Oh my god, what's going on? Am I dreaming? Why are there so many women? Zhao complained speechlessly. Now, two more women stood up behind this woman. It wasn't until he stood up holding Eliza that he saw that there were at least 20 girls in the room. The floor of the room was covered with fluffy carpets, and some of them were covered with a layer of gauze and thin quilts. They were lying down in all directions. There were also many empty wine bottles around, and you can imagine how much wine they drank last night. He was so stunned that he couldn't be stunned anymore. I'm dreaming, dreaming, dreaming. Threesomes are wonderful. Threesomes are exciting. 4 is acceptable. 5 is like a small football game. 6 is just like a small football game. 6 including the substitutes. It's nothing. But more than 20 people, more than 20 women, it really looks a bit scary. Anyone who is naked doing sex suddenly finds himself among a bunch of women. Zhao is not as hard and strong as the protagonist of the novel. At the right time, he can shout, swish the gun to sweep the enemy for 3,000 miles. Such domineering things are just thinking. He has not been so absurd. The most time was 6 people. The more time was when he was in China and played absurdly with a few buddies in Mongolia. At that time, including the men, there were only more than a dozen people, and they all knew each other. It's really hard to say now. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 427. Not everyone can be domineering. At this moment, he really couldn't be so domineering. Not only was the environment unfamiliar, but even the people he knew were also unfamiliar. First, it was unclear. Liuyifa's friend lay next to him, then Jenny came out, and then one by one the women jumped up. And he could only say oh my god. No matter what others were like, at least his little brother in Alice's body was a little weak. He definitely didn't want to stay in this scene anymore. It was too disgusting. More than 40 eyes stared at you, looking like they were interested, and they were also touching the friends next to them. Damn, I'm performing for you. You're still so interested. Zhao cursed in his heart. Now the facts told him that this was not a dream at all. This was reality, and he had accomplished a group P in reality that he had never experienced before, and it might be that he P a group of people, a group of women, or maybe not. There was one who looked like a man. Elisa, how can there be so many women in my room? Zhao whispered in Elisa's ear. Elisa was still wondering why Zhao was so weak. When she heard his words, she couldn't help but giggle. She knew that he must have drunk too much last night and forgot a lot of memories. Have you forgotten what we talked about last night? He stopped talking. He was so drunk, how could he remember anything? Okay, you want to hear me? It's like this. Stop. Although Zhao was curious, he felt that this was not a good place to talk about things. Let's go to the bathroom to talk. I feel a little sticky. Okay. Eliza replied with a giggle. She suddenly felt that Zhao, who had sobered up, was not like what she imagined. He didn't become an unpleasant character because of his status and money. Of course, the unpleasant here refers to the treatment of the children of these small rich people. As for when they treat people at the lower level, some of them will turn into that unpleasant character. As for the reason, I can only chuckle. Zhao tried his best to ignore the gazes of those women and their occasional groping greetings. He swore that he had never been groped by a woman in this way, and these women seemed to be very familiar with him. Yes, God knows how he became familiar with these people. Fuck, they just had a drink, what's the big deal? Fuck, if he hadn't held Eliza and used her to cover his little brother, he didn't know if his face was as thick as he thought. When walking among a group of women, would his shy little brother shrink a little, instead of swelling purple and red like a domineering thing? Zhao Jixi smiled a little stiffly and held Eliza to the bathroom door and walked in impatiently and closed the door immediately. He patted Eliza's butt with his right hand. "You can tell me now." Eliza looked at Zhao Jixi with a snicker on her face. "Your performance today is completely different from last night. You were very open yesterday." Zhao Jixi not only heard Eliza snicker, but also heard a bunch of girls laughing outside the moment he closed the door. He patted her butt in dissatisfaction. Eliza looked at Zhao Jixi aggrievedly and said, okay, I won't laugh anymore. Then tell me quickly, and you look different from last night. Zhao Jixi said as he opened the water valve. The bathtub has an automatic temperature adjustment function, so there is no need to use it to distribute hot and cold water. Eliza looked at Zhao Jixi holding her and was able to do this series of actions so easily. I couldn't help but touch his muscles and said in my mouth, "What a perfect asterisk asterisk." Don't be so horny. Tell me the story quickly. Start from the beginning. I just remember that I was drinking with Crystal and I can't remember the rest. I'll tell you right away. Eliza bit Zhao Jixi's shoulder with dissatisfaction and then said, "Last night, after you drank with Crystal, we played together. But then you said we were all drunk. Who would take Crystal home? You said you promised her something. You insisted on taking her home, and your bodyguard couldn't stop you. It seems that I'm really a good person." Zhao Jixi was secretly proud of himself, but he couldn't help but feel sorry that the meat that was delivered to his mouth was gone. The other people were either almost drunk or carried the woman into the room. Only Jenny and I were still sober, so we listened to you and said to call her mother and tell her that she must be there. So we called, and you talked to Ms. Liu until she arrived. I don't know what good material you have with that woman. You talk nonsense. Did I really talk for that long? Zhao Jixi felt very embarrassed now. She really didn't know what good material she had to talk about with Liu for his mother, and he was drunk. If they meet in the future, what should they do? How should I know? I heard you talk for a while and you have been taking care of Christ. Eliza said. Go on. Zhao Jixi skipped this topic. When the time comes, we will think about it when we meet in the future. Then Ms. Liu took Crystal away. Well, what happened next? After that, you still have to go drinking. Jenna's friend happened to call and said there was a party, so we took you there too. Eliza said. Right here? Zhao Jixi gestured and pointed at the ground. Yeah. Eliza nodded. My brain, how could I have entered a wolf's den? This pile of bastards. Even if I have space, I will be squeezed so hard that I may not want women anymore. Zhao Jixi was speechless to himself. His drinking habits were worth considering. Okay, what's next? Why are there so many women? This is a gathering of our Independence Goddess Club. Of course there will be many women. Eliza said as if it was a matter of course. Independence Goddess Club? What is this? Zhao Jixi was now in a state of confusion. Why did he bring up another thing? This is an organization we founded ourselves to make women independent, so that women no longer need men emotionally or psychologically. Of course, the physiological aspect is given by God. Although we can solve it ourselves, we don't mind finding a man to solve it. Won't this man become a tool? Is it just a little better than a massage stick? Zhao Jixi said absurdly. Almost. Anyway, we need to be independent and autonomous. Eliza seemed to have just joined and didn't understand the situation. Oh. Zhao Jixi nodded as if he understood. The mixed women here seemed a bit complicated. The basic situation was homosexuality. Of course, Zhao Jixi felt that the most should be bisexual like Jenny. Men are not necessities, but only when they are used. Just like how men treat women, these women are probably the same. Sister, this is really a wolf's den. Zhao Jixi looked at Eliza who was still fiddling with his little brother with a complicated look, and he felt like he was going to sigh. Since this rebirth, I have only been in the United States for a few months. I feel that what I experienced in my previous life is not as good as this little time now. In the bathtub, Zhao Jixi vented all his bad mood on Eliza. For a while, the spacious bathroom was filled with her charming shouts. It's over, Jess. I think I will like men again in the future. Whether it's physically or psychologically, the feeling of being conquered by a man is really great. Elisa blushed after the orgasm and said to Zhao Jixi with a dazed look, "Do you remember the saying of our Chinese nation? Men and women working together is not tiring. This is a fact that our ancestors discovered a long time ago. It means that they tried the gay stage and felt that it was a bit inappropriate, or they tried the lesbian stage and felt that it was a bit inappropriate, and finally said this sentence reasonably." Zhao Jixi said to Elisa, "Nonsense. What do you think? You are talking nonsense. Although I have been in the Chinese Empire for a period of time, my Chinese studies are still good. You can't fool me." Elisa certainly didn't believe Zhao Jixi's nonsense and fiddled with little Jixi with her hands again. "Since you don't feel tired after cooperating, let's do it again." Zhao Jixi looked at the little brother who had sharpened his gun countless times last night, and now it has turned a little purple, plus he continued to sharpen it. He couldn't help but say to it, "You've suffered. Women have invited you, so you have to suffer for a while." After saying that, he turned over and started fighting again. He walked out wrapped in a bath towel, which felt much better than being naked just now. At least when facing these women, he wouldn't feel so uncomfortable. "Hey, good morning, everyone." After staying in the bathroom for an hour, when he came out, many women outside had already put on their clothes and were now putting on makeup. Zhao Jixi couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief and didn't feel sorry for the women who had already put on their clothes. Instead, he was very grateful now. "Fortunately, this is not used as a stud, otherwise I would have to say no to the woman with difficulty and righteous words." "Jess, these are your clothes." Jenny smiled and handed him a stack of clothes. "I bought them according to your figure. I don't know where your clothes are now. Maybe they are collected by someone. That really exudes a manly fragrance," she said with gritted teeth. Zhao Jixi was in a dilemma. This bunch of women, am I living in a different world? America and the like, it really is a place where weirdos gather. Chapter 428, Danden's Sadness. He walked outside and called Kyle and the bodyguards who were also on duty in the hotel. In less than 2 minutes, several people quickly came to Zhao Jixi. "Boss, you look tired?" Kyle asked with concern, but there was a hint of smile in his words, which Zhao Jixi could also hear. Zhao Jixi looked up at the sunshine outside, and then he felt that he had returned to the real world. "You can laugh if you want to. Although the aggressiveness of these women is not a threat to me, it turns out that women's most powerful weapon has never been force." The bodyguards just grinned and chuckled a few times, and then Kyle stopped them. "Boss, my instructor once said that you should never underestimate women, no matter what aspect." "Indeed." Zhao Jixi nodded in agreement. He had consumed too much yesterday, and his balls were still a little sad and painful. It was really uncomfortable to stand. "Let's go and find a place to sit down. It's too uncomfortable to stand. Fuck. Seeing those women made me come out without even having breakfast." "Okay, boss." Zhou nodded and said. The bodyguards who followed behind him looked at the position of little Jess very understandingly. "It seems that all the bullets have been fired. This is not the Four Seasons Hotel, where Jay Chow lives, but the breakfast is not bad." He asked the bodyguards to get a lot of food and piled it in front of him. Other guests looked at such a group of strong men sitting there eating, and no one was blind enough to say that Jay Chow and his friends were wasting food. Because it was a self-service mode, everyone took as much as they could eat, and the 7 or 8 plates in front of Jay Chow and his friends were piled with food. Each plate was artistically placed at a height of almost half a meter, and several long sticks were inserted on it to fix it. "Well, Joe, this waffle is well made, you can try it too." Jay Chow took the waffles that the bodyguards had inserted, about 10 pieces, and ate them. He also took some from the plate and asked them to try it. These bodyguards knew that they would be meeting with the boss of the Chinese ethnic group, so they specially made up some of the Chinese ethnic customs, culture, and taboos. They also knew that Zhao Jixi's behavior was a way of showing closeness, and several of them happily took a piece to try. "Well, it's really good. It's grilled very well," a black bodyguard said with appreciation. "Indeed." The others also expressed their opinions one by one, giving Zhao Jixi face. Of course, this is also directly related to the high salary he paid. According to the annual salary Zhao Jixi gave, They are now a stable middle class income. With this money in the United States, they can live a carefree life. Where's Maisie? Is she here? I don't know if there is anything else this afternoon. If not, let's go to the club to rest in the afternoon. You worked very hard yesterday. Zhou still knows how to win people's hearts. This is our job, and following you, the boss, is not really tiring. Think about when I was in the British Army. I had to work 24 hours a day. Sometimes I had to work for several days without a break for an incident. Now it's very simple, said one of Zhou bodyguards. Should Jamie be assigned to the Special Operations Force? I heard that their selection is very devilish. Zhou remembered the resume of this bodyguard, and he also heard from other bodyguards about the British Special Response Force. We have perfect training. The selection is really like hell. It completely imitates the situation after being captured, and accepts all kinds of insults and harsh training. But I still survived, and successfully joined this force, Jamie said proudly, and it can be seen that this is definitely something he is proud of. Well, you are really great, Zhou also praised. Maisie hasn't arrived yet. Zhou chatted with the bodyguards. He is quite curious about their military life and mercenary life. After all, in the past, this thing could only be obtained from novels and TV dramas, and it was not known whether it was true or false. Now he can ask these real people. The bodyguards also told Zhou what they could say, and of course they couldn't say what they couldn't say, because they had signed a confidentiality agreement when they retired. If they were guilty, they might have to go to military court. After breakfast, Miko came over. The little girl was not dressed up properly today, and the buttons on her chest were not buttoned properly. Boss, I'm sorry I'm late, Miko said in a panic. Zhou picked up his watch and took a look. According to the tolerance of society for latecomers, those who are late within 15 minutes can be forgiven. Fortunately, you are lucky. It's only been 12 minutes. Sit down and take a breath first. Okay, thank you boss, Miko said with a little surprise, as if she had survived a disaster. Zhou glanced at Maisie's chest and said lightly, your shirt button is open. Want to button it up? Next time if there is any situation, call me first. I will consider giving you an extension time. I'm not in a hurry, but you are a girl. Take care of yourself. Don't let others take advantage of you. Maisie looked down and saw that the button at her chest had broken open. She put down the things in her hands and buttoned it up. Big breasts are troublesome. This dress was bought yesterday. I forgot to add an inner button on it when I was playing yesterday. I was in a hurry today and didn't pay attention. Thank you, Maisie said softly. It's okay. Zhou voice was still light, as if this beautiful scene had no attraction to him at all. Maisie couldn't help but feel inferior again. I really have no charm for the boss. In fact, it's not Zhou fault. He has been squeezed dry by the women yesterday, plus he moved around in the morning, and his balls are still a little painful now. After seeing so many women in the morning, he really couldn't think of anything now. It would be better to eat more than to see that. Tell the little fairies in the space to make a bowl of ginseng chicken soup to replenish my body. I don't remember anything about yesterday. How many women did I have sex with? The situation in the morning made Zhou not feel that he had sex with women at all. These women. There were also 1 or 2 women who walked in to eat breakfast in pairs and waved to Zhou with seductive smiles. Fuck, it's probably going to be withered for a few days. Why don't I feel anything from it? Zhou saw that there was another woman who secretly lifted her breasts to him, but he felt a little uncomfortable and couldn't help but look at his lower body and said, boss, what's the matter? Miko heard a little voice and thought Zhou had something to say. Nothing. Zhou responded and then seemed to think of something. By the way, when I came, did I arrange a schedule for today? Maisie flipped through it. Boss, you have to meet Ms. Ivana this afternoon. Oh, does he? There is really something to do. Zhou complained. Okay, I know. Call Harvey and tell him to go to enjoyment. Ivana and I will be there. Tell him to come and get a massage together. I feel a little uncomfortable now. Zhou mentioned a club in the upper circle of San Francisco. The services inside are diverse, and it is very suitable to go in and play. Mizi looked at Zhao Jixi with satisfaction and immediately responded without saying anything. Okay, boss. Let's go to enjoyment. As he said that, he stuffed the last piece of food into his mouth, picked up the napkin, and wiped his mouth. Now he was the only one who had not finished eating on the table. This time, all the food was considered to be cleared. Okay boss, Jamie, you go outside first, we will follow, and ask the hotel staff to drive our car out. Kyozhi stood up and said to assign tasks. Okay, boss. Jamie said as he walked out, waved to a waiter, and said a few words to him. The waiter nodded in response. Can we go now? Zhao Jixi asked. Okay, boss. Zhou said seriously. Zhao Jixi patted his shoulder. Zhou, I feel like someone is trying to assassinate me, but this feeling is really good, very good and professional. As he said that, he adjusted his clothes, took out his sunglasses, and put them on and walked out. The location of the club is in the center of San Francisco, on the top floor of a skyscraper. Zhao Jixi and his friends came to the front of the building. The bodyguards got out of the car first, and Zhou helped open the door and stretched out his hand to protect his head. Thank you, Zhou. The bodyguards in the car went back to park the car. There was also a reception desk at the bottom of the club building. Zhao Jixi showed his membership card, then pointed to the car outside, and the receptionist nodded immediately. Then another beauty took a few people to take the independent elevator to the club on the top floor. At this time, there were not many people sitting in the several leisure seats in the hall of the club. He first took the bodyguards to find a seat and sat down. You go and have fun first. I will talk to someone later. It's safe here. After saying that, he snapped his fingers, and immediately a woman came to his side. It's a pleasure to serve you, Mr. Zhou. Okay, beauty, you take these gentlemen to play around inside, and then help me arrange an independent swimming area. I want to talk about something there. And help me arrange a few masseurs. Those Taiwans, their techniques are very good. Okay, Mr. Zhou. The woman nodded in response, and then said a few words to the microphone on her collar, and then another woman came and took a few bodyguards to play. The bodyguards, of course, followed the boss's arrangements, and the boss obviously wanted them to relax. You can try it. The Thai massage here is very good, and can make people relax. Zhao Jixi said to the bodyguards. Okay, boss, thank you for your advice. We will try it. Kyo took the lead. Chapter 429 finalized. Ms. Ivana, do you think you can do this job well? Zhao Jixi said, looking at the somewhat sharp woman in front of him. The woman looked directly at Zhao Jixi. I'm very confident in myself. I can do this job well. I think this is beyond doubt. I have many years of experience and countless successful cases, so this job is just a very easy job for me. Oh. Zhao Jixi looked at her in surprise. I want to spend more time with my children, and this job can obviously meet my requirements. Although I have earned enough money for my retirement now, I can relax and earn some money to improve my quality of life. I have temporarily delayed my retirement time. Ivana said. Ms. Ivana, you retired so young, it's a big loss to society. Mr. Zhou is joking. I have been serving the rich for so many years, and my contribution to society is still very limited. Moreover, if I retire, I can do something more beneficial to society, Ivana said with a smile. Zhao Jixi thought about it and said that what he said made sense. But he didn't plan to continue this topic. Ms. Ivana, I've also read your resume. In short, it's perfect. Although there are some minor flaws, compared to your success, these are not problems. I'm just a little curious about your sudden resignation from the original company. Of course, this is a self-selected question. You can choose not to answer it. Ivana didn't have any unhappy expression, but said very straightforwardly, the boss of the original company made me very unhappy for a long time. I think I can live well in the second half of my life without earning that money now, so it's very simple. I fired him. Well, it's indeed a good reason. Zhao Jixi didn't expect it to be this. This person's behavior is really a bit like her face. Now it seems that I have to look forward to us having a good working relationship. I hope I won't make you very unhappy. Zhao Jixi said with a little joke. Who knows, but Mr. Zhou, you look much better than that fat pig. If it weren't for the fact that I have served his uncle for so many years, I wouldn't want to stay in front of that disgusting person for a moment. Ivana explained to prove that she was not a careless person, and explained by the way that she resigned because of the boss's character problems. Oh, it looks like this is another story. I hope I can have a chance to hear about it in the future. I'm still very interested in these little gossips. Zhao Jixi nodded and smiled. The communication between the two was quite pleasant. Zhao Jixi affirmed the professionalism of this person. After all, her previous performance could not be faked. The next step is to introduce Alina to the team. I believe she will be a good leader. Of course, if she is not, then just find someone who is. Don't worry too much about these. The general direction of investment is controlled by him. As for other things he doesn't know much about, Alina will do it. There are also some trivial matters and many things he doesn't understand, which can also be handed over to her for help. For example, the two businesses now, one is a steamed bun shop and the other is a western restaurant. How can he keep an eye on this every day? Alina will help when the time comes. When the two were chatting happily, Harvey happened to arrive. Harvey and Alina also knew each other. This person was also his. The people in the team had also investigated this woman. Her previous performance was indeed very impressive. She was a strong working woman. Harvey, help me sort out a contract, Zhao Jixi said, and looked at the woman. I think Ms. Alina shouldn't mind going to work in the next 1 or 2 days. I was ready when I came, and I'm on call at any time, Alina said confidently. What a confident woman. When I saw you, I thought that many men would be ashamed. Harvey took out his briefcase and took out the contract with a smile. Boss, I'm ready. What a gold medal lawyer. This service is so timely. Zhao Jixi happily took the document and handed it to Alina. Ms. Alina, you can take a look first. Alina turned the pages and looked at it very seriously. Time passed unknowingly for more than an hour. Zhao Jixi and Harvey did not disturb her. Instead, they smoked a cigar with Harvey. Recently, she realized that smoking cigarettes was not domineering enough, so she made a kind of cigar. Of course, it was not the tobacco leaves of cigars, but the tobacco leaves mutated in the space, plus some medicinal powder, to make a shape similar to cigars. But the taste is actually similar to medicinal cigarettes, but it is more mellow. For people who are addicted to smoking, it is really more exciting than medicinal cigarettes. Harvey picked up a cigar and roasted it on the fire for a while. Zhao Jixi handed him his customized cigar cutter. This is pure handmade, and it tastes very good. Zhao Jixi took a puff, put it in his mouth, to brew it for a while, and spit it out. It turned into circles of smoke rings. The scene was very beautiful. Harvey also took a puff, and felt a clear air spreading in his brain. Then, after brewing in his mouth and throat, he slowly spit it out. This cigar is really great, but the taste is not that of a cigar, but it is richer and mellower than the medicinal cigarette. Of course, I asked someone to make this by hand with the materials, and in terms of raw materials, it is much better than the medicinal cigarette. I also added several kinds of plant medicinal materials for reaction, which is also good for the body, Zhao Jixi said a little proudly. Although most of his words were false, Harvey really believed it. The two of them were enjoying their cigar time. Alina over there finally finished reading the contract. The conditions given in this contract were still very good. As long as she had results, she would get more bonuses. This contract was discussed by the people in Zhao Jixi's team. As for Zhao Jixi, he really didn't know how much to give. Alina signed the contract in front of Zhao Jixi and Harvey, and Zhao Jixi also signed his name on it. From now on, the woman in front of him will be his employee. Welcome to join us. Zhao Jixi opened his arms to give her a hug. Thank you. I'm honored. Alina hugged Zhao Jixi and said, me too. Harvey brought over a few glasses of champagne to celebrate this happy event. The three of them picked up their glasses and said, cheers. Cheers, for tomorrow. Cheers. Zhao Jixi and his friends spent a pleasant afternoon at enjoyment. In the evening, they gathered together. Zhao Jixi also called his accountant David, stock manager William, consultant Zhou, lawyer Harvey, farm manager Atwood, and game company CEO Andy to come over. Together with a few people in his think tank, Zhao Jixi's team was already a large part. This was a work-related dinner, so everyone was single, including Zhou himself. Although the Americans pay attention to private time after get off work, they also know that Chinese bosses like to keep in touch at the dinner table. When you enjoy the benefits of Chinese bosses giving out red envelopes on holidays, you should also take into account the fact that they like to keep in touch with you after get off work. Several people were Zhou capable men, so of course they had to give him face, and they all came in a very formal manner. Zhou introduced Alina to everyone. Except for Atwood, the others would either be her subordinates or people who would serve Zhou with her in the future. She had to show off her social skills and leadership skills so that she could successfully become the leader of these people. Fortunately, she had been through a lot of wind and rain, so she was very familiar with this matter. After a round of communication, the impression of her by the people in the team was not just based on the information. After the actual contact, the first impression was still very good for them. After 3 rounds of wine and 5 dishes, although it was not Chinese food, the meaning of this sentence was the same. The meal was almost finished, and several people started chatting in 2s and 3s. Zhou deliberately sat to the left of Alina, and Atwood sat to his right. Alina has 2 projects now, and I need your help, Zhou said to her. Okay, boss. Alina answered straightforwardly. This is what she is doing now. She is like an enhanced consultant to Zhou. As long as it is Zhou's business, she will ask about it no matter whether she can take care of it or not. Zhou told her about the Chinese steamed bun chain and the chain of Western restaurants. After listening to her, Alina asked about some of the details very seriously, and Zhou answered her only what he could. Don't worry, the products in our farm are absolutely great in taste. You just need to consider it under this premise. As for how good it is, you can come to my farm this weekend to have a look. I have also invited the management of the steamed bun shop in the future, Zhou said to Alina. As for the Western restaurant, you should communicate more with Atwood. However, he is a layman in this area, so we should just poach him directly. You can give him more suggestions when the time comes. Okay, boss. Hearing you say that with such confidence, I think I must go and take a look at it this weekend. Of course, I believe you won't regret it, Zhou said with a smile. Now you should divide the team into the audit team and the financial team. These 2 are the most important. I'm overwhelmed by looking at all the income accounts I have now. You should summarize and organize them. Ask David to cooperate with you in this regard. Update Fast Pure Text Chapter 430, A Gift for Jobs. Let's coordinate the finances of several of my companies first, and the finances of the newly established companies will also be coordinated by this department, Zhou said to Alina. Okay, boss, I need David's help with this. That's no problem. I'll tell him to bring a group of people to cooperate with you. There's also the audit department, which will be mainly responsible for the audit of the companies in which I have equity in the future. You arrange this. We are like a pile of loose sand now, and you just want to turn them into hard stones. Zhou opened his palm, then clenched it into a fist, and said to Alina with a vivid expression. There are also departments such as data analysis and risk judgment. You can also pick people from my investment department here, or you can go and dig people to do these 2 things. Of course, this is just my suggestion. If you have any ideas, you can talk about it. I still believe in professionals. Zhou looked like I was Liu Bei, although I didn't know if Alina knew this person. After a lot of nagging, Alina listened carefully and corrected Zhou's wrong ideas from time to time. The 2 were also satisfied with the attitude of both parties. Zhou thought this was a smart and capable woman. Alina thought it was good to work under this boss. If it weren't for the age gap, one of them was married, and the other looked down on the other, they might have developed an office romance. After dinner, Zhou and Atwood went back to rest, while Alina wanted to communicate more with these people. The next morning, Zhou packed up early. Of course, he didn't rest outside. He went into the space to rest yesterday, and had a good sleep. He came out slowly this morning after packing up. He was going to Apple today. This was an agreement with Jobs a long time ago. And he also had to attend the press conference today to officially announce his new board member to the outside world. Looking at the 2 things he brought out of the space, he thought that the toys should be able to gain more friendship from Jobs. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but smile complacently. This space is really a great thing. There was still a lot of time, so he took out his mobile phone and started playing Angry Birds. The graphics of this game were better than those in his previous life. In addition to the fact that Zhou had enough funds, his supervisor Ram had also minored in art and worked as an animation programmer. Therefore, he was more meticulous in the color of the graphics and the image of the game. Ram is doing really well. It seems that he should be given a raise. Although he only improved on my foundation, the design of many levels is also good. He is a talent. Zhou nodded and said, but it felt like he was praising his own vision. Mizi came to wake him up at 9 o'clock in the morning according to the time Zhou said, but she didn't expect to see the boss sitting on the sofa playing games when she came in. Good morning, boss. Mizi bowed and said. Seeing the energetic Japanese girl, Zhou couldn't help but say, well, good morning, Miko, you look very energetic today. What good news makes you so happy? Miko's earlobe felt a little hot. Boss, have you forgotten? What did I forget? You said yesterday that you would give me a raise. Miko said this, her eyes smiled like crescents, and she looked at Zhou in a trance. Oh, 10%, right. This is what you deserve. You have done a good job during this period. Zhou knew what it was and nodded in understanding. In the past, he paid Miko and Neha 800 per week. Later, seeing that they did a good job, he increased it by 200 and got a weekly salary of $1,000. This price is already very good in the United States. According to the monthly salary, you can get $4,000 a month. According to the consumption in the United States, this $4,000 is still very durable, unlike in China, where the same salary of 4,000 yuan costs more than 10 or 20 yuan for a watermelon, while here it is only a few US dollars. Of course, this cannot be said about the exchange rate. After all, people in both places earn the same amount of money. In this way, Miko and Neha may make 50,000 or 60,000 US dollars a year, including bonuses, which officially makes them single middle-class people. Recently, Zhou officially became an assistant and increased his salary by 10%. Yesterday, he was happy and increased his salary by another 10%. Now his assistants have a weekly salary of more than 1,200 US dollars. Both of them are very frugal in the United States. One is still in China, and the money feels much more generous. The student loan that was originally planned to be for 10 years can now be easily repaid in less than 2 years. It can also pay off the money borrowed from the family. Miko went home yesterday with a smile on her face. When she video called her mother at night, her mother thought something was wrong with her daughter, until Miko happily told her mother that the boss thought she had performed well recently and increased her salary by 10%. This was not a one-time bonus, but she would get that much money as long as she was employed in the future. Miko's mother was very pleased to see the woman. Even her father, who usually didn't smile, was very proud of his daughter's achievements. Yesterday, he praised her a few more times, which made Miko's heart even hotter. Now, she thought Zhou was good looking, no matter how she looked at him. Zhou touched his face in a bit of doubt. When Miko saw him, she thought there was something on his face. Is there nothing on my face? Miko immediately replied, no. Then why are you always smiling at me? Zhou met with Alina's team, and several people drove to the place where Apple held a press conference. The press conference was held in the afternoon. Zhou found some time to go over and communicate with Jobs and others to see if there was anything that could not be said. However, Jobs said on the phone that it was just a simple press conference, just to introduce him to the small shareholders. As for those reporters, although they were annoying, they always bothered him when they couldn't get any news about Zhou, so he asked them to give a response. By the way, Zhou came in a grand manner, with 5 bodyguards, a security consultant, and 6 tall and strong men. 4 of them got off the car first, and then Zhou slowly came out. Following behind were personal assistant Miko, lawyer Harvey, and Alina and others. When Zhou came out in a grand manner, he was so proud that he couldn't express it in words. Brother, I can get to this point. I could only think about it in my previous life, but I didn't expect it to be realized in this life. Reality is really stranger than fiction. Hey, Jess, welcome. Jobs was standing and chatting with Apple's press officer. When he saw Jay Chou, he immediately came over to say hello. Jay Chou also hugged his already very thin body. Thank you, Steve. The two separated after a while. You have to eat more. Look at your body now. You are really too thin. Steve Jobs smiled bitterly. I'm much better now than before. Your fragrance has played a big role. No matter how big the effect is, it is limited in terms of nutrition for the body. I can feel that your body's nutrition has dropped to a low point, Zhou Jixi said with concern. He still had a good impression of the old man Jobs. Although he was sometimes quite ordinary, as a shareholder of his business, he was still very relieved. My attending physician has arranged my diet and has made the greatest supplement to all aspects of my body. It's just, Jobs said reluctantly. He was lucky to be able to live a good life now without having to suffer in bed. In addition, the incense bought from Zhou Jixi recently made him feel much more relaxed. You should read more about our country's health preservation methods. Although Western medicine has developed rapidly in the past few decades, our country's health preservation, traditional Chinese medicine and the use of medicinal plants have developed for thousands of years. In some aspects, Western medicine cannot compare, such as the health preservation I mentioned. Oh. Jobs immediately had an idea of what Jay Chou wanted to tell him about these things in China. He was still very interested. He had already realized the benefits of the magic of incense alone. He had also been studying this knowledge recently, but it was obvious that Jay Chou was more professional now. Just look at this great guy's master who was in his 60s, and you will know the effect of this way of keeping in good health. The old lady was in such good health. I heard Jay Chou mentioned before that his master was very proficient in keeping in good health. With this, there was no white hair on his hair now. He was really a model of getting younger and younger. Here, this is the book I brought specially. You can read it when you are free. Jay Chou took out a Chinese English bound book and gave it to Jobs. Jobs knew at a glance that it was hand translated and handmade, and the handwriting was Jay Chou's. He was immediately moved by this gift and said to Jay Chou with a little excitement, "Thank you, Jay Chou. This is one of the best gifts I have ever received. I like it very much." As he said this, he deliberately opened the book and took a look. Seeing the gift from the host in person was the best respect for the host. Many things in the book were marked with many explanations, which were added because they were afraid that he didn't understand what they meant. "You're welcome. We are friends, aren't we? Besides, more than half of my wealth is in Apple now. If anything happens to you, I will be worried to death." Zhou Jixi pretended to be calm and said, "And I did this to deepen my memory. You don't know how many books I have in my mind now. Thank you, Jess. I will read and preserve it carefully." After that, he solemnly called his secretary and told her to put it away and not to have any accidents. "Steve, don't be so nervous. I have more. I have copied a lot of copies." Zhou Jixi looked at Jobs and said with ease. Then he said with a bit of mystery, "But you should be nervous about this. This is something that is not easy to get." Jobs was also a little nervous. "What is it?" Update quickly. Pure Text Chapter 431 Press Conference 1. Zhou Jixi took out a small crystal bottle from his bosom, a transparent bottle that was as thick as an adult's thumb and as long as his index finger. It was filled with a light yellow liquid, and the light shining inside the crystal bottle made the liquid look crystal clear and extraordinarily luxurious. "What is this?" Jobs looked at this beautiful little thing and couldn't help asking Zhou Jixi. Good stuff." Zhou Jixi smiled mysteriously. "This is the nutritional essence that I finally extracted, which is very effective for supplementing the human body. The original medicinal materials need to be held in the mouth, but the effect is slow, and it is easy to cause contamination. Moreover, if there is only one kind, it is not enough to supplement the needs of the human body, so I have this." Zhou Jixi shook the bottle gently and said to Jobs proudly, "I mixed several kinds of herbs in this, a pure natural plant supplement, without any chemical ingredients. It happens to be edible for you," Zhou Jixi said, and handed the bottle in his hand to Jobs. "This." After taking it, Jobs hesitated. How can you ask him to drink such a small amount? Should he drink it all at once, or drink it several times? Zhou Jixi looked at Jobs, who was struggling and couldn't help but snickering. Steve, don't underestimate this little thing. It costs a lot. You can only put one drop at a time. Just one drop. If you put more than a few drops at a time, your body can't absorb it, and it will also cause a physical reaction. The worst thing may be dehydration due to excretion, so you have to control the dosage. Is this poisonous? Of course not, but our Chinese doctor said that if it is a medicine, it is 3/10 poisonous. Nothing can be taken in excess. You have to consider the balance in the body. The Chinese medical skills involve more of our nation's traditional theoretical knowledge and philosophical thoughts. It is really difficult for me to translate it for you, so I won't explain it to you. Zhou Jixi said to Steve. Okay, let's talk about this topic next time. I find that I'm very interested in the medical culture of China. Your nation has studied medicine as a philosophy. This is really amazing. In fact, what Jobs did not say was that he felt much better since he had Zhou Jixi's things. When he was at Zhou Jixi's house, he met the old lady, so when he came back, he also got the prescription she gave him. Recently, he has been drinking the medicine that was prepared, which tasted not very good. Although it is slower than Western medicine, he can feel that his body is much more comfortable. After adding up the several things, he feels that he seems to be healthy except for being thin. He went for another checkup. His disease is still in danger of recurrence, but it seems to be much better than before. Even the doctor was a little surprised, but he was just surprised. This matter mainly depends on the mentality and luck. Some people say that cancer patients can only live for a few months, but in the end they have lived for more than 10 years. So this little thing can't be accurate. If the old lady hadn't told him not to reveal her prescription, Jobs would have wanted to find a Chinese doctor to study it together. The medical skills of the Celestial Empire are really good. It turns out that every ethnic group's cultural knowledge has been passed down to the present day, and there is always something useful. I personally suggest that, if you want to interpret ancient medicine, you have to learn more about the Celestial Empire's culture, otherwise you won't understand many things. Zhou Jixi said, and then he said to Jobs, every time you want to eat this, just press the bottle cap, and it will drip a drop. I installed something like a dropper in it. It's pretty easy to use anyway. Jobs looked at it in front of his eyes, and there really was such a device. After squeezing the bottle cap, after several physical operations, a little bit of it ran to the temporary storage on the top. He could get this little bit of stuff on his tongue with a press, which is much more environmentally friendly and hygienic. He tried a drop, and the taste was a bit of the raw smell of plants and ginseng, with a cool feeling in the middle. It's not good, but it's not bad either. According to what Zhou Jixi said, let him hold it in his mouth for a while until the smell spreads throughout his nasal cavity, and then swallow it with saliva. Except for the fact that his stuffy nose is unblocked, and his mouth is no longer smelly because of this smell, and he feels much better. There is no other feeling. He looked at Zhou Jixi a little strangely. According to the things he gave before, they were all quick acting things, but this essence seemed to be nothing. This thing takes a long time to work. It is slowly mixed into your body. I believe you will feel it in a few days. After drinking this bottle, I believe your body will be much stronger. Zhou Jixi said with a smile. Thank you, Jess. I hope it's like what you said. I hate this dry body now. After Jobs gave Zhou Jixi a hug, he put the bottle away. The two chatted for a while before they realized that they were all standing here, and a group of people followed them. Only then did they realize that they were disturbing other people's business. They smiled and went to the rest area together, and then went to the venue. When the press conference came, Jay Chou introduced Alina to Jobs, and also took her to meet the senior executives and shareholders of Apple. However, there were many people who knew Alina. Jay Chou thought that this woman was quite famous. As time passed, the hotel venue became more and more lively. When the reporters heard that Steve Jobs was coming today, they couldn't help but jump for joy. Of course, there was also the young board member. This guy relied on funds to break open a door in Apple, and finally moved in and became a member of the upper class. At the press conference, I heard that Jess Zhou is of Chinese descent, a reporter said to a cameraman next to him. However, the man carrying the things couldn't help but roll his eyes. This kid is still a reporter, and he is so uninformed. From his name and surname, it can be seen that he is of Asian descent. Well, this is no secret. The last time he held an event on the farm, many wealthy Chinese came to support him. From this, you can see how powerful his background is. The person who was filming said, "Wow, it sounds like it's very impressive. Can you tell me about it?" The reporter said to the person carrying the camera. "Okay, I'll tell you about it. There's still some time before it starts." So the two of them started chatting. This was just a small occasion in the venue. Either colleagues would communicate together, or they would ask their colleagues next to them to see what they were planning. Everyone was sitting there making the final preparations, and each of them wrote down the questions they wanted to ask in their notebooks, so that if they were asked to ask questions later, they could bring them up and not be embarrassed on the spot. The time for the press conference soon arrived. Apple's public relations staff and press spokespersons went to deal with it first, and then it was their turn to speak. Jobs and Mark Cooper told Jay Chou a few things he couldn't say, and also told him not to rush when talking to reporters, and think before speaking. It's better to be told that he speaks slowly than to say something without thinking. "Dear reporters, this is our company's new board member, Mr. Jess Chou." The spokesperson introduced Jay Chou. Jay Chou, Jobs and Mark Cooper walked over together, and Jay Chou waved his arms to greet the reporters. However, they obviously wanted to take a picture of Jay Chou first, and no one came to ask Jay Chou questions. Jay Chou waved his arms a few times, and then there were a bunch of flashes in front of him, and his eyes were so painful that he wanted to cry. Fuck, I was wondering why those stars like to wear sunglasses so much, and the titanium glasses are so bright that they can become presbyopic. Jay Chou kept smiling, and thought to himself, ahem. Taking the microphone, Jay Chou coughed a few times to show his presence. This is much better than the noisy environment just now. Hello everyone, I'm Jess Zhou, and Jess Zhou is me. Is there any difference between these two sentences? The person who was secretly monitoring suddenly said, "I'm honored to be a member of this great company, and I'm very proud of this. Last time, I was fortunate to get the trust of the board of directors, which allowed me, a young man, to join this great board of directors. This is really a wonderful thing." Zhao Jixi first gave a speech with some feelings, and then added some humorous baggage, which is still very popular in the United States. Zhao Jixi gave him a copy of the speech that Eli had someone write for him today, and a copy that Jobs and others had someone write for him, and gave it to him to memorize it, so that it would be much easier to give a speech on the stage. Zhao Jixi's speech was even simpler, and he directly asked the little goblins to help recite it. With the help of space, his speech could also be very good. After a self-introduction, the reporters began to ask questions. Of course, the company arranged a lot of agents to ask questions about the publicity company, and Apple promoted itself. Now that the company has an Asian shareholder, Steve Jobs believes that Apple will be able to gain more recognition in the Asia Pacific region, especially in the newly emerging Chinese market in recent years. He really favors this market. If only 1% of the more than 1 billion people in China buy Apple, then he will be rich. A reporter raised his hand, and the press officer looked at this person, and gestured to him that he knew him, and asked him to ask questions. "Mr. Jobs, a young man has joined the Apple board of directors. What do you think of this?" Update Fast Pure Text Chapter 432, Press Conference, to be revised. Don't decide yet. Zhao Jixi took out a small crystal bottle from his bosom, a transparent bottle that was as thick as an adult's thumb and as long as his index finger. It was filled with a light yellow liquid, and the light inside the crystal bottle made the liquid look crystal clear and extraordinarily luxurious. "What is this?" Jobs looked at this beautiful little thing and couldn't help asking Zhao Jixi. Good stuff." Zhao Jixi smiled mysteriously. "This is the nutritional essence that I finally extracted, which is very effective for supplementing the human body. The original medicinal materials need to be held in the mouth, but the effect is slow, and it is easy to cause infection. Moreover, if there is only one kind, it is not enough to supplement the needs of the human body, so I have this." Zhao Jixi shook the bottle gently and said to Jobs proudly, "I mixed several kinds of herbs in this, a pure natural plant supplement, without any chemical ingredients. It happens to be edible. Zhou Jixi said, and handed the bottle in his hand to Jobs. This. After taking it, Jobs hesitated. How can you ask him to drink such a small amount? Should he drink it all at once, or in several times? Zhou Jixi looked at Jobs, who was struggling, and couldn't help but snickering. Steve, don't underestimate this little thing. It is very expensive. You can only put one drop at a time. If you put more than a few drops at a time, your body can't absorb it, and it will also cause a physical reaction. The worst thing may be dehydration due to excretion, so you have to control the dosage. Is this poisonous? Of course not, but our Chinese doctor said that medicine is 3/10 poisonous. Nothing can be taken in excess. You have to consider the balance in the body. The Chinese medical skills involve more of our nation's traditional theoretical knowledge and philosophical thoughts. It is really difficult for me to translate it for you, so I won't explain it to you. Zhou Jixi said to Steve. Okay, let's talk about this topic next time. I find that I'm very interested in the medical culture of China. Your nation has studied medicine as a philosophy. This is really amazing. In fact, what Jobs did not say was that he felt much better since he had Zhou Jixi's things. When he was at Zhou Jixi's house, he met the old lady, so when he came back, he also got the prescription she gave him. Recently, he has been drinking the medicine that tastes not very good. Although it is slower than Western medicine, he can feel that his body is much more comfortable. After adding up the several things, he feels that except for being thin, he seems to be free of illness. He went for another checkup. His disease is still in danger of recurrence, but it seems to be much better than before. Even the doctor was a little surprised, but he was just surprised. This matter mainly depends on mentality and luck. Some people say that cancer can only live for a few months, but in the end, there are people who have lived for more than 10 years. So this little thing can't be accurate. If the old lady hadn't told him not to disclose her prescription, Jobs would have wanted to find a Chinese medicine doctor to study it together. The medical skills of the Celestial Empire are really good. It is true that every ethnic group's cultural knowledge has been passed down to the present day, and there are always things that can be used. I personally suggest that, if you want to interpret ancient medicine, you have to learn more about celestial culture, otherwise you won't understand many things. Zhou Jixi said, and then he said to Jobs, every time you want to eat this, just press the bottle cap, and it will drip a drop. I installed something like a dropper in it. Anyway, it is very useful. Jobs looked at it in front of his eyes, and there was indeed such a device. After squeezing the bottle cap, after several physical operations, a little bit of it ran to the temporary storage on the top. He could get this little bit of stuff on his tongue with a press, which is much more environmentally friendly and hygienic. He tried a drop, and the taste was a bit of the raw smell of plants and ginseng, with a cool feeling in the middle. It can't be said to be good, but it's not bad either. According to Zhou Jixi's instructions, let him hold it in his mouth for a while until the taste spreads throughout his nasal cavity, and then swallow it with saliva. Except that the stuffy nose and bad breath were no longer felt, because of the smell, and the spirit was much better. There was no other feeling. He looked at Zhou Jixi a little strangely. According to the things he had given before, they were all quick acting things, but this essence seemed to be nothing. This thing takes a long time to take effect. It is slowly mixed into your body. I believe you will feel it in a few days. After drinking this bottle, I believe your body will be much stronger. Zhou Jixi said with a smile. Thank you, Jess. I hope it's like what you said. I hate this dry body now. After Jobs gave Zhou Jixi a hug, he put the bottle away. The two chatted for a while before they realized that they were standing here, and a group of people followed them. Only then did they realize that they were disturbing other people's business. They smiled and went to the rest area together, and then went to the venue. When the press conference came, Zhou Jixi introduced Alina to Jobs, and also took her to meet the senior executives and shareholders of Apple here. But there were actually quite a few people who knew Alina. Jay Chow thought that this woman was quite famous. As time went by, the hotel venue became more and more lively. When the reporters heard that Steve Jobs was coming today, they couldn't help but jump for joy. Of course, there was also the young board member. This guy had used his funds to break open a door at Apple, and eventually he moved in and became a member of the upper class. At the press conference, I heard that Jess Chow is of Chinese descent, a reporter said to a cameraman next to him. After hearing the reporter's question, Jobs looked at Jay Chow. After all, it was Jay Chow who was speaking, so he had to give him some respect. Jay Chow nodded and smiled as he gave the podium to Jobs. Jobs straightened his clothes and said, although our Mr. Jess looks very young, it is this youth that can inject more vitality and creativity into Apple. I believe Jess can bring different changes to Apple. No, it should be that he has already brought a lot of changes to Apple. Wow. The reporters below looked at Jobs in surprise. They didn't expect him to say that. Zhou Jixi was very happy. It seems that the saying, if you eat someone's food, you will be soft-hearted, and if you take someone's money, you will be short-handed is really useful. Look at Jobs now, he has repaid it. Steve Jobs was very satisfied with the expressions of the reporters. He looked at Jay Chow, smiled slightly and said, Jess's arrival has brought us several new ideas. His imaginative and unconventional ideas are really innovative. This also makes us feel that it was the right thing for the board of directors to invite Jess to join. After listening to Jobs' speech, the anxious reporter couldn't help but said, Mr. Jobs, can you talk about what innovations Mr. Chow has brought to Apple? Jobs looked at Mark Cooper and Jay Chow, then turned to look at the reporter and said, I'm sorry, this is already a trade secret, but you can wait for the new Apple mobile phones and tablets to be launched later, and you will know what the difference is. As for the content, I can't say it. Hello, I'm a reporter from the New York Times. I want to ask Mr. Chow, as a young man, do you feel pressure to join Apple? Jay Chow smiled confidently and said, of course not. The reporters below could not help but get into an uproar. Although Americans are kind and independent, they do not like arrogant people. Zhou Jixi is a nation, but he is so arrogant. This makes many people uncomfortable. They think that tomorrow's newspaper will write arrogant Chinese Jess Zhou bluntly said that he joined the Apple board of directors without any pressure. Is this a naked blow to Apple's face? Are the things done by those board members small things that do not make you, a newcomer, feel any pressure or admiration? However, Zhou Jixi looked at the uproarious crowd below and smiled happily in his heart. He began to use the magic twist, which he liked to use in his previous life, whether it was reality, movies, TV series, or novels. But that's impossible. I admire the people who led Apple step by step to the successful company it is now. It is precisely because of this that I'm optimistic about the company's future and have bought a lot of circulating stocks. It was indeed a magical turn. Not only the reporters, but even the board members and senior executives of Apple were scared by Jay Chow. However, Jobs was not scared. This turn was set for Jay Chow. According to him, Jay Chow's image should be designed as a young man who is energetic and confident, but also has a bit of humor and weirdness. This is a very charming personality, which just fits Jay Chow's image as a young man. In addition, Jay Chow is also handsome and has personality. For young girls, there is a reason to buy Apple. Although Apple's charm does not need this at all, since it can be, isn't it better to have one? And the girls, because they have Jay Chow, a handsome and bad man with a very charismatic personality. Therefore, they have a good impression of Apple. There is no topic. This is a kind of free advertising, and it is also a very effective one. This was also designed by Lena for him. Well, looking at how the two parties were getting along with each other, Zhou Jixi thought that it was designed according to his own personality traits, by magnifying it. Chapter 433, Cocktail Party. You are the only one who came out, your whole family is. Zhou Jixi was stunned and cursed in his heart. But what he didn't know was that he really guessed right. The reporter's father and mother were really out, and they adopted a child who was a reporter himself. But having a pair of parents who came out did not bring him happiness. Anyone who has two fathers, one of whom is your mother, will find it very strange. There was a little discrimination in the school and classmates. His childhood was not very good. As soon as he became an adult, he immediately moved away from his family and went to make a living on his own. However, he had some hostility towards some young successful people. He was a typical hater of the rich. When he was a child, he was bullied by several rich people for a long time. When Jobs heard what this person said, he looked at the spokesperson, but looking at the helpless eyes of his subordinates, he didn't know that this person would ask this. It was a completely nonsensical thing. But Jobs was a little worried about Jay Chou. If he had a bad temper, he might have lost his temper on the spot, and the two might even fight or curse at each other. This completely destroyed the company's image. Fortunately, Jay Chou did not act as he imagined. But he also caught a glimpse of Jay Chou secretly taking a deep breath, probably because he was very angry. But knowing what kind of occasion this was, he forcibly held it back. He looked at it and nodded. He was a person who could see the current affairs clearly. Sister, I'll settle the score with you later. Damn it, since I got rich, this is the first time I've been cursed like this. Yes, Jay Chou suspected that this guy was just hating the rich, and indirectly called him a gay. Fuck. Wait for me. Jay Chou's eyes were a little vicious. Although I used force on such a minor character, it was my first time. I don't know what the reporters will say, but since I'm the first one, I'll teach you a lesson first, and it can also be a souvenir. Zhou Jixi was determined to teach this guy a lesson. However, on the surface, he still maintained a good smile, very gentle and elegant, and he looked very elegant. Mr. Reporter, although your question has nothing to do with our topic today, I will still make an exception and answer you. I have no ill feelings towards homosexuals. After all, people have the right to choose, and everyone is free and unique. As for their choice of partners, it is not our business. Love is free, but also requires responsibility. For example, Mr. Reporter, although you are free to speak, someone needs to be responsible for it. I don't know where you got this boring rumor from, or if you made it up yourself. This is the first time I met Mr. Bieber, and we had a good chat. I can tell you clearly that I'm a man and I like women. But your question is obviously a tarnish on my friendship with Bieber. It is also a slander against me. If it is serious, you can expect a letter from my lawyer. Jay Chou looked at the reporter. He didn't speak loudly, but he looked very imposing. After Jay Chou finished speaking, the people from Apple immediately applauded, expressing their support for Jay Chou. Papa. Many reporters below also applauded, and in the end, almost all the reporters applauded. Thank you for your support. Jay Chou showed the humility of the Chinese nation at this time. Although he felt that this was completely unnecessary, he still had to keep this layer of skin on, which would always give people some good impressions in some aspects. Although the process of reporters' questions was a little unpleasant, Jay Chou was still very satisfied with his answers. At least he promoted the game company and his own games, and most importantly, he also promoted himself well. I believe that in the United States, the number of people who know him has definitely doubled. The questions he answered next were relatively simple, about himself and about Apple. After answering a few more, he went down and stopped answering. The reporters also got enough data and information, enough to be released tomorrow, and there were also several explosive news on it this time. One is that this young director is of Chinese descent, and he also has shares in Facebook, and has a very good personal relationship with Mark Zuckerberg. Another is the game company, and these two popular games are from him, and he is the widely rumored bird father. The full name is the father of Angry Birds. The entertainment section can also use Jay Chou, directly exposing the information that the reporter said he and Justin Bieber are gay friends, and then there is a magical twist, saying that the reporter made it up. The news in the front is very attractive, but you will know that it is just a twist after reading the back. However, this has made Jay Chou a little famous. Bieber's current popularity is still commendable. There are quite a few rotten girls in it, and Jay Chou also looks masculine and handsome. His appearance after secondary development also conforms to the aesthetics of Eastern and Western women. Compared with Bieber, who looks a little effeminate now, the rotten girls are completely excited. This is a pair of living top and bottom. These people on the internet also started a communication group called Together to talk about these two people. What Zhou Jixi didn't know was that when this organization reached its peak, it was actually spread all over the world, with registered members in more than 40 countries around the world. Among them, there are quite a few people in China. Bieber is still a lovable boy now, not like the naughty child he will be in the future. Later, after Zhou released a song for fun, his popularity in Korea was surprisingly good, and the members developed by this organization in Korea were completely unimaginable. In such a small country, there would be so many people joining together. After the press conference, Zhou and others came to the cocktail party held by Apple. Elena followed him and said, "Boss, I didn't expect you to be so calm just now. I was thinking that I would make this kid unlucky so that I could calm down for a while. He said I was gay in front of so many people. Is this kid crazy? Or does he think I'm easy to bully?" Zhou said unhappily. Elena shrugged her shoulders and automatically ignored Jay Chou's words about teaching someone a lesson. Who knows? Maybe this person is racist, or a serious hater of the rich. Or maybe he wants to make some explosive news. Who knows? Jay Chou was a little depressed, but when he saw someone in the distance raising a glass to signal him, he quickly nodded to greet him, and then took a sip of champagne. Forget it, let's go and get to know those Chinese elders. They have a lot of connections in California. Sometimes I may need to ask them for help in the future. You can go with them now, to get familiar with them. You can also represent me, when the time comes. Jay Chou said to Elena. "Okay, boss," the woman said calmly. "Yeah." Jay Chou nodded with satisfaction. It was concise and sharp. This woman's work ability is indeed trustworthy. At the cocktail party, Jay Chou exchanged ideas with San Francisco Mayor Newsom and others. The two talked about the topic separately, and finally talked about basketball. Jay Chou also told him that he was still a small owner of an NBA basketball team, and owned 20% of the Golden State Warriors. After that, Newsom's eyes lit up. He wanted to bring this NBA team to San Francisco. You know, San Francisco is a big city. Los Angeles has 2 teams, and San Francisco only has a baseball giant team, but no NBA team. This is really a pity. What's more, the team's arrival can also increase a lot of jobs. With the team's move in, the land around the stadium will definitely be appreciated. This is not just a temptation, but now he knows that he may not be able to do this during his term. But his political goals are far-reaching. No matter how high he goes in the future, caring more about the city where he has served is definitely a good political show. In later generations, the mayor of San Francisco was also very active in moving the Golden State Warriors to San Francisco with his support. After 5 consecutive months of talks, the matter was finally settled. Recently, he received news that the owner of the Golden State Warriors was intentionally spreading rumors and intending to sell the team. He also wanted to test Jay Chou's intentions now. He didn't know if this young man would have any ideas about the team. Jay Chou didn't say much to him, but just said that the Golden State Warriors were very good. When he was in China, he liked the Rockets with Yao Ming more. But since he owned shares of the Golden State Warriors, and with his understanding of the team, he also liked the team. However, he didn't feel very good about the team's performance over the years. His words revealed some intentions to transform the team. But he didn't say that he wanted to take over. Although he had this intention, buying the Golden State Warriors would be of great help in expanding his influence. In the greater San Francisco area, his influence would definitely be one of the first-class existences. He also planned to buy some other sports teams in the future, such as baseball, football, and ice hockey, which are very popular in the United States. In this regard, he should learn from Kronk. He is considered to be good in the sports industry. He doesn't need to invest much money every year, and he can also bring good results to his different teams. Although he is criticized for being stingy, he is domineering and doesn't care about reporters. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 434, Awesome Zhou. Of course, the championship dream of each team is basically forgotten. With that little money from self-operation, how many players can they buy? Take the Colorado Rapids team, for example. It is said that this team did not make him a penny, but at least it did not lose money. In the Major League Soccer, the only team that Jay Chou has heard of is the Los Angeles Galaxy. This team has Beckham and signed a 5-year contract with him. It paid $50 million a year for it, which will cost about $250 million in 5 years. However, this also makes the value of the team finally close to $200 million, and the team can still have tens of millions of revenue every year, but unfortunately it is only a little more than Beckham. But now seems to be a good time to buy at a low price. Zhou suddenly thought of it in his mind. Recently, the prices of teams in the Major League Soccer are generally not so high. Now he can afford to spend tens of millions to buy a team. Go to Europe to sign a few old stars. Isn't it just a little more basic salary? He can afford it. When the stars come, the value of the team will rise immediately. As long as he doesn't think that the old star player will have any problems, then he doesn't have to worry about losses. Zhou got excited when he thought of this. He couldn't afford to buy the big teams in the Premier League for now, but he could still afford the teams in the Major League Soccer. There are only 1 or 2 teams with their own stadiums that cost over 100 million yuan in this era. Zhou drank the champagne in one gulp and asked the person next to him, "Elena, what do you think of me buying a football team?" Elena had just dealt with the Chinese elders introduced by Zhou and was now thinking about how to operate this relationship in the future and the possibility of cooperation in future investments. Hearing the young boss's question, she didn't react at once. The boss's mindset changed too quickly. Zhou ignored Elena's gaze. He was amazed by his idea and fell into a kind of otaku's fantasy. Although I have shares in Arsenal, I don't have enough money to buy it. But the price of an American football team shouldn't be too high. It's not bad to buy one to play with first. Elena reacted all of a sudden. Her serious face couldn't help but tremble. The white hair on both sides seemed to tremble. She reached out and touched her hair and said, "Boss, are you serious? Buy an American football team?" Zhou looked at her serious expression, as if he was going to make up his mind now. "I'm still thinking about this, but the price doesn't seem expensive, so it's not bad to buy one for fun." As he spoke, he felt that this idea was really good. "Elena, remember this. When you have time recently, help me make a plan to see how much money I need to invest and how many years it will take to make a profit." "Okay, boss." Elena nodded. Since the boss likes it, she will of course start working. However, the games of the rich are really enviable. Just think about it. It's just a whim, and you want to buy a football team to play. Fortunately, the boss has a good amount of money now. According to him, if the money is enough, he will buy a Premier League team. When chatting with the mayor of San Francisco just now, although Zhou didn't say anything, Elena felt that he wanted to take over the Golden State Warriors. Elena has served the rich for many years, but this is the first time she has seen Zhou. Zhou likes cocktail parties and parties very much because it feels really good to have most people around you. Although he is not the only protagonist at the cocktail party, the aura of the youngest and most popular always surrounds him. When people chat with him, they always can't help but praise him. Although I have heard these words many times, they still make me happy. Just like when I was a child, I would always hear aunts and uncles praising me. Some of them might be just polite, and some might be insincere. But when I was a child, I didn't know these things. I felt comfortable for a while. I always listened to my mother's lectures on other people's children. Of course, I felt happy when I heard these praises. I could also feel proud in front of my mother. But when I grew up, I enjoyed the praise less. In my previous life, Zhou felt that he was a marginal person. The older he got, the less people paid attention to him, so he became more and more homebound until he traveled back to the present. When he arrived in the United States, he continued to enjoy people's envy and pursuit and the words of praise. It felt great to be surrounded by people. Zhou didn't know that the protagonists in the novels he read in his previous life didn't seem to like cocktail parties. You have to know that everyone has vanity, not to mention that the protagonists in the novels are mostly from ***. They can be so indifferent. He also hates these social activities. You know, humans are pure social species. It's a bit strange for them to behave like that. It's probably because they are either inferior or shy. Otherwise, it doesn't make sense. Another thing is that he doesn't like to let people know his true strength and identity, hiding this very speechless trump card just for a villain to come, and after humiliating him, he can pretend to be a pig and eat the tiger. This is probably because he has seen too many magical twists. Another thing is that he has a masochistic tendency. According to Zhou's idea, if anyone brags about what famous cars and watches he has in front of him, he will directly show the watch on his hand. Although it is not the most expensive, it is worth $3 million. If his watch is only worth a few $100,000, Zhou will be so ashamed that person to death. And he can also say that he has a few treasured pieces at home, but they are not as good as this one, so he only wears this medium value watch. If it comes to cars, he doesn't seem to have any good cars. But I have a lot of Apple shares. I will use these billions of US dollars to scare that guy to death. Showing off one's strength is like showing off one's height and strength on the street. No one would mess with such a person unless they are really stupid. After the cocktail party, Zhou didn't want to go out to play anymore, although many people called him out. But knowing that Jenny was also there, he was in no mood. The memory of that day was really not like this. In China, most reporters are moving around to find news, while some don't like such windy and rainy days. It's better to go abroad to look for news than to go outside. If there is any good news, just reprint or adapt it and make it your own news. This can be done in the office with air conditioning. Turn on the computer and go to the United States to see that the strongest country in the world is not just boasting. The country was founded only a few hundred years ago, and the speed of development is really extraordinary. Li Qiang first looked at several major portals to see if they had any new news. The youngest Chinese Apple board member, Li Qiang, wanted to see it when he saw this title. Not only because he is using an iPhone now. To be honest, Apple is really popular recently, and basically there are reports about it. Even he had to spend about 2/3 of his monthly salary to buy an iPhone. This is all due to the herd mentality. Everyone has one, even the interns, and they all bought expensive iPhones. Why are you still using a cheap phone? He really can't afford to lose face. And he also analyzed the reason. This is a typical conspiracy, all caused by vanity. He usually uses his phone to make calls and send text messages. He doesn't need all the functions of Apple, but he really fell for it, so he also paid attention to Apple in his daily life. A Chinese American joined the Apple board of directors, and he is still a young person. This is good news, and it can be hyped up, Li Qiang said to himself. He knew that Chinese people always have a special preference for people who can succeed abroad, and this preference will also increase their newspaper sales. Li Qiang opened this title and was able to read foreign websites frequently, thanks to his good English foundation. After carefully browsing the news and looking at the young man with a confident smile in the photo, Li Qiang had to admit that this man was really handsome, and he was also very elegant. Most importantly, he was very rich, which was really attractive to women. He is the largest individual holder of Apple's outstanding shares and the youngest member of Apple's board of directors. He has a good personal relationship with Jobs, and is also a shareholder of Facebook and a member of Facebook's board of directors. Li Qiang muttered to himself while looking at the information on the computer. As if he couldn't believe it, he closed the web page and typed in the keyword Jackie Chow on Google. Maybe this website was wrong, or it was just an April Fool's joke. But the information he searched out surprised him even more. A full page was about Jay Chow, and of course, there was also the matter between him and Bieber. As a professional, he certainly knew about homosexuality. In China, even if you report it, it will not increase the sales of newspapers unless it is a well-known star. This news is not suitable for Zhou to report in China because no one cares about his scandals. Now we should hype up his success first, and after winning enough attention, we can report this news again, and then people will be curious and buy newspapers. This Zhou is too awesome. According to the above, his net worth is estimated to be $2 billion. This young man is only a few years old. He directly mortgaged all his real estate and sold Google stocks to buy Apple stocks and Facebook shares. Chapter 435 is really awesome. Li Qiang continued to cite Zhou's achievements. I use the remaining cash to buy another small game company, and then I took out a loan of $20 million from the bank and injected capital into it. At the beginning, I was both the boss and the creative director, and wrote several game outlines. The now very popular Watermelon Swordsman and Angry Birds were all developed by him. Seeing this, a thing called inferiority complex suddenly emerged. Damn, it hasn't been long since he made a game company with a market value of more than 20 million into this. Now Wall Street analysts have come up with a valuation of $200 million and said that it may continue to grow in the future because smartphones will only become more and more popular, and their games will also go further with the popularity of smartphones. Li Qiang looked at Zhou Jixi smiling in the photo and couldn't help but feel discouraged. What has he lived for all these years? More than 10 years of hard work is not as good as a game developed by others. But his tolerance is not bad, and this blow will only stay in his heart for a while. He is still very satisfied with his current life. Although sometimes he feels that the money is not enough, at least he can support his wife and children. The more Li Qiang read, the more he felt that this news would become popular, not only because of Jay Chou's success, but also because he was a Chinese who could achieve this achievement in the United States. However, what he didn't know was that Jay Chou's success had many accidents. If it weren't for the stockbroker playing with Apple, and many shareholders in the company followed suit with the ability to influence Apple's stock price, Jobs and other decision makers would not have wanted to appease Jay Chou. At this moment, he seemed to be possessed by inspiration and directly did the work of a porter. He opened a few more web pages, picked and copied some information from them, and then opened his own document to start translating and writing. Not long after, a new piece of news came out. He carefully checked it twice and then downloaded some pictures of Jay Chou and also pictures of Jobs and Mark Zuckerberg. After sorting it out, he finished this piece of news. Done. After typing the last save, Li Qiang breathed a sigh of relief. He took the USB drive and went directly to the editor-in-chief's office. After knocking on the door a few times, the editor-in-chief called him in. Zhou, what good news have you sorted out again? The editor-in-chief knew how this kid liked to do things, and he didn't object to his approach. Only smart people have a job to do these days, and Li Qiang deserves this job. Li Qiang walked over, took out the USB drive, and said, Editor-in-chief, look, this is what I just made. Because there are a lot of materials, I found a few entry points. You can see which one we should release. Oh. It seems that you have found something good. The editor-in-chief looked at Li Qiang and said. Then he skillfully inserted the USB drive, exported the file, opened it and started reading. He nodded repeatedly while reading. Well, these entry points are all well chosen, and the news looks very attractive. After reading it, the editor-in-chief was silent for a while and said, Zhou, are you sure this is true? In fact, he already believed it was true, but he still had to ask in his heart. After all, this news is really a bit incredible. How old is the young man in the photo? Li Qiang said confidently. Don't worry, editor-in-chief, this news is all over the screen when you Google it now. They also just came out last night. I just started reading it when I got to work today. I also looked at the shareholder information of Facebook and Apple, and there is indeed such a person. After a pause, he continued, I also checked the Twitter and Facebook of the idol star, and the two of them also interacted on them, and now the United States has begun to comment on this matter. Oh, that's fine. The editor-in-chief nodded. Send this news. This is just one of the cases in China. The online media that react faster to current news found this report faster. Several major portals in China, many people who like to climb over the firewall, have also seen the news. Oh my god, everyone come and see Superman. In the editorial department of Penguin News, an editor who saw the news after climbing over the firewall shouted in the office. Why are you shouting? Be quiet, the boss is coming soon. The colleague next to the reporter who was shouting couldn't help but remind the guy next to him. Yeah, what's the matter with you shouting so loudly? Another person emphasized with a full accent of Northeast China. The working environment of the online editorial department is obviously much more relaxed than that of the paper media. In addition, the office boss had something to do today and had to come in late, so it was normal for them to be lively now. A 21-year-old Chinese young man is worth nearly $3 billion US. A typical tall, rich, handsome and local rich man. Everyone come and watch. The person who shouted said loudly, "Oh, which rich second generation's father died again? He inherited so much money at once. God is really blind. If only they both died together, I would be their long lost poor relative. Oh my god, it seems that I have to watch." Someone in the office said and walked out. Come together. Come together. A few more people shouted. The person who shouted was now full of black lines on his face. What kind of colleagues are these? This is indeed an age that cannot afford to be hurt. Wow, he looks really good, tall, handsome, and rich. It would be great if he was my man. A female editor said infatuatedly. Why not a boyfriend? A boy who has a crush on her asked her. Boyfriends don't necessarily get married, but men are meant to get married. This is an essential difference. The female infatuated woman said proudly. The boy who has a crush on her hesitated for a while, as if the lively scene in the narration did not exist at all. After a long while, he said, "Actually, I'm a man. TSK, are you still a woman?" Boring. The infatuated woman said speechlessly. The boy who has a crush on her was confused and really wanted to cry, but had no tears now. He means that he likes you. He doesn't even know this. A voice suddenly sounded from behind. "Boss, you are here." Hearing this familiar voice, everyone stopped worrying about the gossip about the two people and stood up straight immediately. However, the secret crush boy had a conflicted look on his face, not knowing whether to be happy or sad. Men should be straightforward in love. What's the point of wasting time? If you really want to, ask Zhou, are you out for dinner and a movie tonight? You two are not young anymore. If you feel like it, just get married. The editor-in-chief of Penguin News looked at the two and said, "Boss, Zhou." The infatuated girl looked at the editor-in-chief who was already a mother and said with a blushing face. The secret crush boy blushed, but couldn't say a word. He looked at Zhou with expectation. Be together, be together, be together. The colleagues in the office also knew about the two of them. In fact, the only thing missing was someone breaking the window paper. The two of them had been dragging on for so long. Over the years, everyone was worried about them. After playing around for a while, everyone stopped. After all, it was still a workplace. "Okay, tell me what you are watching here. It's so lively," the editor-in-chief said. "Boss, look, this guy's really a freak. It should be said to be a miracle." Everyone talked about it and even made room for the editor-in-chief to enter. Fortunately, her English foundation is good and she can understand the English on the screen. Awesome. This second generation looks extraordinary. So brave. He actually put all his wealth in Apple and Facebook. He can achieve such success by starting his own business. Awesome. He is so handsome. As long as he is a little more active in the future, he will probably be on the headlines in Western news. Yes, the boss is still far-sighted. Flattery was delivered. You guys organize it, post it on our news website, and call our colleagues in the United States to ask them to follow up. This Zhou will probably be popular for a while. The female editor-in-chief said. "Yes, boss. Okay, everyone disperse." The female editor-in-chief just turned around to leave and suddenly seemed to think of something and turned back and said, "That Zhou and Zhou. When you need to take a leave, tell me. Young people should hurry up. I'm your boss. I'm not as unkind as the gossipy woman next door. If you have a partner, you should fight for it. You are so anxious." After saying that, she walked into her office in a casual manner. She knew the girl's mother and knew that a boy would be nice to that person, so she wanted to match them up. She left in a casual manner, leaving the two people embarrassed, but not knowing what to do. The colleagues around them did not disturb them. As two young people, they should get along well by themselves. Zhou blushed and said that he was going to have coffee. The boy immediately chased after him, after being reminded by his colleagues. Zhou didn't know that his news helped the couple together until they got married. He specially made a thank you card and sent it to him. Only then did he know about their marriage. Of course, many things happened during this period, which made him read the thank you card. Xinlang was also in action. There were also editors of websites in China such as Zhou.com. Whether it was the technology section, the news section or the entertainment section, Zhou news could be edited into a news. What they are also sure of is that Zhou will become popular. During this period, Zhou became popular in the United States. As soon as the press conference was over, various media went back to write news. Some were published on the internet, which had the advantage of faster speed, while others were published in paper media the next day. The front page of the newspaper in the printing factory read Zhou, the youngest director of Apple. Just like the scene in the movie, Zhou's big photo was in the front, and there was a big English title on it. One by one, newspapers were printed out with the sound of clicks. On the online media, Zhou's photo was also hung on it, and below it was the text introducing him. Some websites photoshopped his avatar onto Angry Birds or Fruit Swordsman, the creator of the hottest mobile games. The miracle of turning 20 million into 200 million. Chapter 446. The boss is unhappy and the employees are unlucky. Justin Bieber's friend, Zhou. Such a big headline, and a photo of the two of them were posted. Although there was no gay news in the article, why did you write the English word friend so big? Coupled with the obscure language, it was almost like saying that the two of them were gay. Some media were even more exaggerated, and they used Steve Jobs' recent serious illness as an excuse, and directly followed Jobs' words praising Zhou, and typed out the big headline as he Jobs' successor. The article was full of Jobs' words praising Zhou, and pointed out that Zhou was definitely a very creative young man. In terms of innovation, except for Jobs, almost no one in Apple could match him. And at the press conference, even Jobs himself admitted this. But what they didn't say was that Jobs never said that Zhou's creativity was unmatched in Apple. People like reporters are indeed typical figures who take things out of context. Later, Zhou read this. If he didn't know that he had nothing to do with this media and that they didn't need to flatter him, he would have thought that they had received a lot of money from him. He was a little excited to see them praising him like this. Some other media commented on Zhou's investment and financial management methods. After all, Americans have very mature ideas and markets in financial management and investment, and everyone will make so-called reasonable investments. They will not put all their wealth in these tech companies, like Zhou did. This is really too unsafe. Although it seems that Zhou's income is very high now, as long as there is an accident, he will basically be unlucky. There is also the report on the two games he developed. These two games have recently become popular not only in the United States, but also in several European countries. They have also reached the top 10 best-selling lists. I believe that in just 1 or 2 months, one of these two games will definitely reach the top. Zhou woke up in the morning, exercised in the space, and then asked the waiter to bring breakfast. While eating breakfast, he picked up a newspaper and saw his photo, and then saw that it was full of news about him. Oh my god, am I as good as they write? Looking at the full news, his bones were all soft. This feeling of praise is really complicated, but it's really cool. Suddenly, he thought that there seemed to be a lot of people yesterday, so he was interested in what other newspapers wrote. He took out the phone. Hello, Miko. Good morning, boss. Miko's sweet voice reached his ears. Zhou, who usually only paid attention to her breasts, was in a good mood at this time, and suddenly felt that this girl's voice was actually quite nice. Miko, go and buy me a copy of the newspapers or magazines of the media who came to the press conference yesterday. Zhou didn't say much, and ordered directly. Okay, boss. Miko replied. As soon as possible. If you haven't eaten yet, I'll treat you to a meal after I buy it. Zhou added at the end. Miko looked at the breakfast that the waiter had just brought to her, and she could only complain about her boss in her heart. How can you guess so accurately? Helplessly put down a US dollar bill and left her seat. I can't eat breakfast now. I have to do what the boss asked me to do first. Zhou was about to finish breakfast in the ambassador suite, and Miko just rang the doorbell. The bodyguard walked over and saw that it was the boss's assistant, so he opened the door. Hello, Miss Miko, the boss is at the dining table. Miko bowed slightly to the bodyguard, which was better than nodding, and her body was slightly tilted. Thank you, Renault. After saying that, she hurried to Zhou. The bodyguard looked at the hurried girl, shook his head and smiled, then looked at the door to see if there were any outsiders, and then closed the door. Boss, I bought it all back. Take a look. Miko put down the newspaper in her hand and panted. Zhaoji's eyes were fixed on the newspaper at this time, but Miko didn't look at her. Well, thank you so much, Miko. Then she picked up a newspaper and started reading. After a pause, his ears seemed to hear the girl's stomach growling, and then he remembered that this Japanese girl might not have eaten breakfast. He put down the newspaper and looked at her and said gently, Miko, I've kept you busy so early in the morning. You haven't had breakfast yet. Sit next to me. The waiter will be in soon. Order whatever you want. It's your reward this time. Miko thought she would be hungry for a while, but Zhaoji asked for it himself. Now I don't have to go hungry. It's great. Although she was hungry, she didn't dare to complain to her boss. People working in Japan work much harder than she does, but they don't get paid as much as she does. Even those in the United States are the same, not to mention her, a young assistant who just graduated not long ago. Having such a boss is definitely God's answer to her prayers. Thank you, boss. Miko bowed quickly. You're welcome, Zhaoji said, and the waiter came in. Miko didn't hesitate to order a few of her favorite foods, and ate next to Zhaoji. It is said that anyone who eats with Zhou will feel that they have a strong appetite, especially when watching him eat big chunks of food. People will unconsciously lick their tongues and want to eat more. Zhou read a few more newspapers, and the content was in line with what he wanted. However, there were still one or two newspapers that disgusted him. After reading the beginning of these newspapers, he didn't want to read the end. If he continued to read, he would really be asking for trouble. He threw the newspaper directly into the trash can. Fuck. What a clown. Always thinking how different they are. Even publishing a newspaper is unique, and actually wrote about buddies being gay. Damn, this is like turning on the light in the toilet, looking for death. It was nothing, and it would be fine if he didn't care about it, but Zhou, who had been doing well recently, suddenly got hit like this. How could he bear it? Although his self-expansion was not as strong as that horse at home, Zufeng, but he couldn't help but feel proud and superior in his heart. He was so angry that he took out his cell phone and called Harvey, telling him the information of the two newspapers and asking him if he could sue them. Even if he couldn't win, he would still discuss the two newspapers. Harvey, who answered Zhaoji's call, couldn't help but smile bitterly and said to his boss, "Boss, this matter is really difficult to handle. You can't win, even if you sue them. These people also hope to use you to enhance the reputation of the newspaper." Zhaoji just wanted to say, "I don't care, you deal with them for me." But thinking about himself, such a profound person, it's a bit like a movie villain. It's too much of a loss. After taking a deep breath, he said, "You buy these two newspapers and see if they have any loopholes. You have so many assistant lawyers, you can ask them to study them. Maybe there are really loopholes." Harvey thought it made sense and said, "Yes, these guys have been quite idle recently. I'll ask them to look for it. Both are small newspapers. Maybe they really have loopholes. Well, then I'll leave it to you. Give me a reply as soon as possible." Zhaoji hung up the phone. The secretary holding the file next to Harvey looked at the busy assistant lawyers outside, thinking about the boss's words, that they were still very free, and could only silently feel sad for them. Harvey seemed to see the secretary's expression. There's no way the big boss is unhappy and gives me a task, and I'm not happy either, so I give them a task. US dollars are not so easy to earn. Hand over the task. "Okay, sir." The secretary put down the file and was about to walk out. Harvey spoke again. "By the way, bring a cup of coffee using the coffee beans that the big boss gave me last time. When I'm in a bad mood, drinking that delicious coffee can improve my mood." "No problem," said the secretary with a smile. The two have been in a relationship for more than 10 years. As Harvey's most loyal person, she still knows what her boss means. It seems that he is also under a lot of pressure. This time he really wants to deal with these two newspapers, otherwise it will be difficult to explain to the big customers. This time he will have to work overtime. Sure enough, the boss is right. US dollars are not that easy to earn. Even he is no exception. The secretary thought secretly in his mind. Hey, hey, hey. Ladies and gentlemen, stop your work first. The boss has a new task. These are 2 newspapers. The news in them makes our big customers very unhappy, so you have to find a way to make the customers sue him, and it would be best if you can win. The secretary reported the journals and names of the newspapers to them and said, "Oh my god, I still have a lot of things to do. Oh my god, it looks like my date tonight is going to be ruined. Fuck, it's these boring media again. My woman, you are waiting for me." There was a wailing in the office, but everyone took action immediately. All the people here are assistant lawyers, all graduated from famous universities. If you want to work in this famous law firm and want to be favored by the bosses, then you have to work hard and work harder. Every year, new people from Harvard will come in, and there will also be old people eliminated. The law firm is strictly a survival of the fittest. But this is San Francisco, or it can be said that it is a well-known law firm in California and even the United States. If you stay here and succeed to the end, then you have already made a name for yourself, and you will definitely not lack US dollars. One of the assistant lawyers quickly ran to buy a newspaper. Opportunities are always reserved for those who are prepared. He has always believed in this sentence. There is a voice in his heart telling him that this is an opportunity, a great opportunity, and all he has to do is to grasp it. Zhou doesn't know how many people are running around for him just because of his words. However, if he knew that he had reached this level, he would definitely be extremely proud. This level cannot be achieved just by talking about it. Chapter 447 Thoughts. 2 updates today. After breakfast, Zhou planned to go to Facebook. He had been there less recently. After all, he was a director there now, so he should go there when he had time. He held a short meeting with the senior executives at Facebook. Zhou briefly raised a few shortcomings of Facebook's opinions for the executive directors to refer to, but he did not say too much. If he said all the things at once, they would be worthless. His current performance has actually exceeded the responsibilities of a director. He invested money and was responsible for dividends. Even if there were no dividends, he could just wait for the stock to appreciate. There was no need to get involved in these troublesome things. After having dinner with the company's people in the Facebook employee cafeteria in the afternoon, Zhou left Facebook. After all, he felt a little uncomfortable staying there. He sat in the office specially reserved for him, doing nothing but sitting and playing, and he felt very bored. But according to Mark Zuckerberg, you just need to play Facebook now. If you feel unhappy about anything, you can give your opinions. Zhou's several suggestions were because he felt that he was not happy with the game and asked Mark to make improvements. Unexpectedly, Mark's eyes lit up when he said it. Zhou's suggestions were really great. Mark now wished that Zhou would be unhappy with Facebook. He never hoped that there would be someone who was unhappy with his Facebook, and Zhou was an exception. Fortunately, Zhou was not stupid. He would not say some good things. Selfishness is human nature, not to mention that he is still short of money. He can't afford NBA teams, baseball teams and American football teams, not to mention the Premier League football team. What he can afford now is the American football team. This is not the American football or rugby team. It is a real black and white elf football team. There are also ice hockey teams and hockey teams. The prices of these sports teams are quite low. They can all be done with tens of millions, and Zhou can afford this money. As for the good ideas in his mind, for example, he would not talk about the ideas of several companies acquired by Facebook in the future. A platform was sold for more than 3 billion, a program was sold for 1 billion, and another one was almost the same. Facebook also offered 1 billion, but they refused to sell it. Zhou remembered that those young people were from Stanford University, and some of them were still studying in Stanford. He could go to school and see if these people needed him to invest. You know, he is a person of status now, and with his unique investment vision, he can put some news in the media when he has time, saying that he is very interested in new technologies and new concepts, and those who want to invest can find him. Zhou can't do that. After he entered Stanford, those people would not know that he had a lot of money, and they were also from Stanford. It would be more convenient and advantageous to get him to invest than others. Moreover, as a student of an American university, Zhou didn't believe that these people would not compare prices and wait for the price. At that time, even if he waited for the opportunity, they would definitely come to him. Zhou knew that they would be worth billions in the future, so he would definitely give them good conditions. He just wanted to occupy a lot of shares so that he could make a lot of money quickly. Thinking of this, he was more interested in going to Stanford. He didn't go back to the hotel. He went to the game company first. Andy called today and said that many reporters called the company, hoping to interview him as a big boss. There was also a report that in just one night, the download volume of the two games increased by 10%. This was really incredible. Andy also read the newspaper and the news on the internet in the morning, but he didn't expect that exposing his boss would have such a good effect. According to his idea, if he had known earlier, he would have found a way to expose his boss. Now that Zhou has become popular, his heart is turning. He hopes that the boss can use his current popularity to promote the two games of his company. Sky Games company boss, just take 2 interviews. This CQ is about men's fashion. It's very suitable for you, and many women like to see men on it. Just think about it, if you are on this magazine, you will be popular in the hearts of girls. Handsome and rich men are really the best choice for perfect boyfriends. Andy said to Zhou earnestly. And that Game Express, boss, this is a magazine with the top 10 circulation in the United States. You just need to do an interview and take a few photos. Boss, think about it, this is all good for the company, think about it. Zhou sat on the chair in the office, took a sip of coffee, frowned and looked at Andy and said, okay, Andy, you don't have to say anything more. Did I say I don't accept it? Why do you keep talking? Huh? Andy was a little bit overwhelmed. I said that, since you came into the office, you have been telling me what is good about those two magazines, and you keep talking about it. Zhou said unhappily. Andy looked at Zhou carefully and said, boss, do you mean to accept this interview? Okay, you ask them to choose a time. If it's not in 1 or 2 days, they can come to my farm for the interview. I will be back in 1 or 2 days. Zhou nodded and said, okay, boss. What I thought was difficult turned out to be the simplest. The boss was not like other Chinese who didn't like to be in the limelight. He didn't like to be exposed or talk to reporters. When he found out that exposing the boss had such great benefits, he was thinking about how to persuade the boss. He didn't expect that his boss would accept it so easily. This made him feel like punching hard but hitting cotton. It was really uncomfortable. Andy, what's wrong with you? Are you feeling uncomfortable in your stomach? You look uncomfortable. If you don't want to, go to the bathroom first. It doesn't matter if we talk about our topic when you come back. Zhou looked at his subordinate's uncomfortable look and thought he was feeling uncomfortable in his stomach, so he spoke with concern. After saying this, Andy felt even more uncomfortable. He could only sigh and say with a broken face, well, then I'll go for a while and be back soon. After saying that, Andy got up and walked out, heading towards the bathroom. He now felt that he should hide inside for a while, otherwise it would be uncomfortable and too suffocating. Zhou was sitting in the office, bored, and picked up his mobile phone to play the talking tomcat that had been tested. Under Zhou's suggestion, this game is more playable than the previous one, but the first version of the game is still made in the same way as in the previous life. In the future, more fun things will be updated slowly. If all the fun things are released at once, the life of this game will be over, and people will not have any expectations for it. Then he is still going to make money. Zhou will not do such a stupid thing, and the people below will not be so stupid. Zhou said to the opened game, Zhou, you are really high-end, elegant, low-key, luxurious, and profound, unrestrained, foreign and profound, simple, fashionable and international, crazy, cool and awesome, cold, noble and down to earth. The strange voice of the kitten came out from it. Zhou, you are really high-end, elegant, low-key, luxurious, and profound. Haha, not bad. This sounds very good, very happy. Zhou said with praise. Mizi, who was next to him, saw the boss doing this speechless thing again, and could only laugh silently. I don't know if the boss is talking about himself or the game character, but it's really funny. But you still have to be a little secretive. The boss is really good in this aspect, as long as you laugh at him secretly behind him. As long as your voice is a little louder, he will definitely find it. The version of the game that Zhou is holding now is a version that is close to the previous life and will be released after an update. However, there is a lot of room left in it, and maybe there will be better ideas in the future. There is really a lot left in this aspect. What is different from the previous life is that according to Zhou's idea, there are a lot of things added in it, including props and characters. The profit model of the game in the previous life is completely to sell this kind of products. Now game props are good things, but they all need money to buy. Cheap and simple props are only $0.99, which is $1 in the US. The price of some characters has risen, such as the Angry Birds character that will be added in the future. This character that will be very popular in the future will be expensive. The current price is actually $3.99, and it will be adjusted in the future. The price of some other characters in Angry Birds is a little lower, probably set at $0.99. Zhou also plans to add some things to the bird character if the Christmas version of the game is launched in the future, which will cost another amount of money. In the future Star Wars game version, you will not buy the character, but directly buy the appearance and clothing accessories, which will cost another amount of money. The same is true for other Angry Birds characters. Zhou is very excited just thinking about it. This is a lot of money. Zhou now feels that this simple game of learning to talk has become a new game mode, which is very similar to cultivation. Chapter 450. Everyone is busy. Then Zhou made up another set of Angry Birds rhetoric. Anyway, this rhetoric was chosen to be so attractive. After all, he also wanted to promote this interview. If he didn't attract people a little, he would let them spend money to download his game. After chatting for dozens of minutes, Zhou talked about some things about the game. As for personal matters, Zhou only revealed a little bit, because he saw that the reporter was sensible in asking questions. And the reporter was also a soft-mouthed character. After talking for a while, he had already told the executive of Sky Games that the interview would only be granted if there were publicity conditions. In addition, when he came today, he received the news. A few days ago, two newspapers that reported Zhou and Justin were gay had sued Zhou in court. His attorney gathered a group of people to sue the two newspapers. It seemed that the situation was going to be a mess for a while. According to recent estimates by other media, if Zhou wins the case, the two newspapers will only face bankruptcy. Because Justin Bieber has also entrusted Zhou's private lawyer Harvey to sue these two newspapers. Harvey is a famous gold medal lawyer, and his chances of winning are usually very high. Another strange thing is that the reporter who asked questions at the press conference that day has been fired by their newspaper. When he was on the street, he accidentally got involved in a street fight. He was unlucky and was hit by someone, so he ended up in the hospital. When the people fighting saw this, they immediately ran away without fighting. This news was told by passers-by who followed the police station when they were taking statements. However, when they were asked to draw sketches of the people fighting, they seemed to not see their faces clearly because many of them had some blood stains on their faces. They only knew that they were a few black people, or gang members, with concussions and broken ribs. They are estimated to stay in the hospital for several months. Although these are all accidents, some people suspect that Zhou did it. At least the reporter in front of him suspects that Zhou did it. There is no evidence, just a psychological feeling. This also made him, who was already smooth, not want to offend the young rich man. It was not because he was afraid of him, but because he felt it was unnecessary. Being a reporter was just a way to make a living. As for offending these top social figures for a piece of news, it would be a better thing to make friends with them than to offend them. There are always more smart people in this world than you think. Just like a black bodyguard standing next to Zhou. After the reporter left, Zhou stayed on the sofa for a while and slowly said, "I heard that the reporter was involved in a street fight." The bodyguard seemed to know that Jay Chow was talking to him again. Yes, boss, there was another report today. Oh. Jay Chow nodded and then said, what a poor guy. It seems that this person's luck is not very good. The black man continued expressionlessly. God is not on his side. Yeah. Jay Chow paused and said, by the way, Dennis looked at your resume and found out that you are also from the San Francisco area. You have been back from Africa for a while and have been working with me. Haven't you been home yet? Jay Chow didn't wait for him to say anything and continued, I will stay in San Francisco for 2 more days and there won't be anything happening recently. I will give you 2 days off to go home. But I think if you work more in Mariposa town in the future, you can consider bringing your wife and children over. After all, no matter where you are, being with your family is the happiest. The black bodyguard Dennis was a little excited. Okay, I'll consider it. Thank you, boss. Well, I always like to give good treatment to employees who work hard for me. After all, I value loyalty more than money. Zhou Jixi said lightly. Okay, go down and tell them that everyone will take turns to take a 2-day holiday. By the way, read more management books when you have time. Knowledge is always more useful than muscles. Dennis replied yes and walked out. 2 days ago in the black area of San Francisco, several black men were sitting there chatting. One of them looked a bit idiotic and asked his friend, today, I fought with Brown's group at the corner of the street and injured a passerby. It was really fucking cool. Seeing that idiot bleeding and screaming in pain, I almost had an orgasm. Fuck, Mad Dog, what you said is really disgusting. You can actually feel excited when you see a man. Stay away from me in the future. One of the fat black men said. Fuck, I'm not interested in your ass. Hey, Dan, your nose seems to be bleeding. The somewhat idiotic black man said to a muscular black man with a strange tattoo on his arm. The man took a tissue and wiped it. If passers-by on the street saw these people during the day, they would know that these people were one of the gangs fighting on the street today. But, Dan, didn't you say you were going to talk to Brown and the others today? He just talked about women. Why did you suddenly fight with him? The idiot seemed to ask an even more idiotic question. Nothing, I'm just very unhappy. Dan spoke very little. Suddenly his phone rang. I'm going out to answer the phone. Hello. Take your daughter and come with me to Mariposa County. There is a job for you there. And Lily also needs someone to take care of her. Think about it. Okay. Dan said one sentence and hung up. Zhou Jixi always felt that the world of the rich was magical. He had not discovered these wonders before. Now he found that the rich had money and there would always be people who wanted to serve them to get what they did not have. I did not expect that this guy would be unlucky before I started. It seems that he is really an unlucky person. Zhou Jixi held the newspaper reporting the poor reporter in his hand. It was his former boss who thought it was a good topic and published it. Unexpectedly, it sold quite well. The unscrupulous businessman is still thinking about how to squeeze the last value of this former employee. I did not expect that. I also learned it. It is called hypocrisy. A soft voice echoed in the office, but it was a pity that no one could hear who said it. In the end, only the sound of the door closing was heard. After staying in San Francisco for another 2 days, Zhou Jixi went to Sky Game Company every day to conduct routine inspections of the newly established game projects in the company. He was a little familiar with several styles. They were games he had played in his previous life, but unfortunately he did not know how they sold. However, he recalled some other games he had played in the past few days. But compared with the previous creative ideas, Zhou Jixi's current ones seem a bit fragmented. Compared with the previous ones where even the game rules were clearly written and many character patterns were drawn. Now these seem a bit too different. But he couldn't stand the large number, so he listed a few games that he thought were fun and expensive. He tried to write them more carefully and then gave them to Andy, asking him to find someone to improve his ideas. With the ideas given by the boss, Andy suddenly felt different from before. This time, the people hired by the company were finally useful. Recently, he has been helping those newcomers to improve their games. Now looking at the boss's eye-catching ideas, there are still several at a time, which almost blinded his eyes. Ask the creative department to improve them, and then the company will arrange and cooperate with the development team to enter the production process. There is no need for trial production, just make samples first, and then Zhou will try to play them to see if there is anything that needs to be improved. After asking the development team to make some adjustments, they can start selling directly. With these ideas from Zhou, plus the ideas from within the company, Andy feels that the game company will be able to launch 1 or 2 best-selling games in the next few years. Or maybe even more. As long as Zhou does not withdraw funds, they can continue to invest in the development team. Andy is in sales, but he is very much in the company's development department. Only with good products can you achieve amazing sales results. Going further may be a miracle. But for bad products, even if you have a few miraculous sales staff working hard, it is impossible to achieve perfect sales, not to mention selling miraculous results. The most important thing is that Zhou has decided to promote to creative deputy directors this time. The test questions given are to improve their own ideas, or whether they can cooperate with the independent programmers recruited by the company to make a good game that can make a profit. In the past few days, Zhou and Zhou, his sister, have not really gotten along. Now she sees Zhou saying I'm so busy all the time, so Zhou has no time to chat with her. She can only sigh that women really have the recessive gene of strong women. As for Elena, there are still many things waiting for her to do. Zhou's team has expanded a lot recently. He has recruited many people related to chain restaurants. People who know about Western restaurants, and people who know about American sports and several leagues. The team suddenly has several more consultants, and has become a large team of dozens of people. Fortunately, Elena has managed a larger team before, so she is also well organized. Now that an office location has been found in San Francisco, the team behind Zhou can be regarded as having a good working environment. It is completely different from the guerrilla team that was like a pile of loose sand before. Elena was also forced by Zhou to expand the size of the team. Zhou showed her that he wanted to have a team in several major leagues. Although she didn't know when this would be possible, she had to start collecting information now. It would definitely be useful in the future, otherwise she would be in a rush if she did it later, which was obviously not her style. Chapter 448, Plan. Moreover, the person in the Tang Dynasty costume and the fruit swordsman will also sell his character here, and the ancient clothes of the Celestial Empire with different styles will also be sold together. Of course, in the future, we will consider adding some other characters and selling them with the clothes. In addition to the new modules of buying and selling characters, Zhou also wants them to add the dialogue form of 3 parties, or the dialogue mode of multiple parties. You can also fine-tune the voice of the speech, so that people can distinguish the difference between men and women. In this way, after the player finishes recording the dialogue of a character, he can temporarily save it and then record the next character. It will be like a multi-party speech in succession. Of course, this is a version developed for adults or older children. As for children, they can just play the speech. You can record the dialogue between several people and start a quarrel or a drama. And he thought that, if this were in China, maybe young crosstalk actors would use it to package some funny jokes. And the video recording function added to the game can also perfectly record all of this, and the feeling at that time was really great. Zhou also planned to ask Andy to buy the expression module for emotions, which Hollywood has developed well. The other thing is to develop intelligent word and sentence recognition, so that when there are certain words and phrases, the character will show that emotion. Just like the future WeChat in China, WeChat will be in a flower spreading mode within certain words. For example, when talking about cutting fruits, the man from the fruit swordsman will suddenly cut fruits, and if there are certain fruits, they will also be cut. And Angry Birds hits these similar words. Zhou plans to develop all these, and let players explore them by themselves in the future. There is also the networking function. Thinking of Facebook's social function, Zhou is still very ambitious and wants to develop social networking within the game. For example, in this game, he plans to develop it to be able to add friends and send friends the words recorded by his own character. In the future, it will be developed into instant calls, just like WeChat. After speaking, it will be sent, but the words will be spoken by the game characters purchased by customers. The more Zhou thought about it, the more feasible it seemed. Moreover, this can launch a universal system for Sky Game accounts. You know, Angry Birds has hundreds of millions of downloads, and Fruit Swordsman has hundreds of millions of downloads. Although the two games have a lot of overlap, he can use so many people to pile up a large number of players. There will also be a lot of people for other games he develops in the future. At that time, he will use these to develop an instant messaging tool similar to WeChat with Tomcat. It is possible that there will be a large number of young lei in an instant. In the past, he could also develop a way to express love and send love words, or for important events and festivals. He could also sell virtual things such as flowers, cakes, and ghost faces. For some things, he also plans to carry out offline activities and contact and bind with flower shops. Ask the flower shop to deliver them by express delivery. As for sending food, he can use the food from the fast food chain he is going to open. After sending virtual food, he can spend money to buy physical food, just like sending to Kiat, and the store can also deliver food. With this change of thinking, he feels that this thing is no longer something that a game can carry. Zhou now feels that his inspiration has burst out. All he has to do is to extend the life of the game as much as possible to help him make more money. I didn't expect that he would come up with so many things. This is really amazing. The most important thing is that this is completely his idea. However, it borrowed from WeChat, group buying, and virtual game products for a while. It can be said that he stood on the shoulders of giants. After writing and drawing on a piece of paper, Zhou felt that his inspiration had almost burst out. He couldn't think of anything more for the time being. Miko, go and notify several senior executives of the company and the head of Tomcat's production team to have a meeting in the conference room. Zhou picked up the paper and said, "Okay, boss." Mizi looked at Zhou holding a company data table, and after writing and revising it at the back, she asked her to go out and find someone for a meeting. I don't know what the boss wrote. In the conference room, Zhou took a cup of coffee and drank it first, raised his hand to look at his watch, and looked down. Most people have arrived. However, there were still 2 people who had not arrived yet. What are they doing? It's almost 15 minutes already. Fortunately, the door of the conference room was open just after Zhou finished speaking. Zhou glanced at them and said, "Hurry up and sit down. We are ready to have a meeting, but before the meeting, you should sign this confidentiality agreement first." Then he motioned to the people who were sitting down to open the folder in front of them. The people who came in before had already read it. This was drafted by Zhou, the company's legal advisor. Many of them have templates. Just add some company's diligence, etc. So it's very fast. The 2 people who came in later didn't dare to say much and quickly picked up the document to read it. After reading it, they picked up the pen and signed their names like the colleagues in front of them. At this moment, they all had legal effect. If they leaked the content of the conversation, they would not only be responsible for compensating for the losses, but also face Zhou prosecution, and they would have to go to jail for at least several years. Zhou nodded with satisfaction. For a contractual society and a society with perfect laws, these people would understand what this document represents. Okay, let's have a meeting. Everyone looked at Zhou to see what he was going to say. Decathlon, you have been in charge of developing Talking Tomcat. My idea is to expand on this. Take a look at this document first. Mizi handed over the document Zhou wrote. Prop sales. This model has been proposed by someone in the company for a long time. The company's future games are also planned to be developed in this aspect. When Decathlon and Cam were working on Angry Birds, they had already thought about this. It was also in this aspect that he and Cam had a conflict. After all, Cam's idea was to make a one-time charging model game, which would be more pure. Decathlon wanted to make a prop charging model, which would make more money faster. Decathlon continued to think in his mind, and when he came back to his senses and read the next paragraph, he was really surprised. character sales, with the help of the other 2 games in the company, or new games to be developed in the future, put some popular game characters in them, and sell them as game protagonists. This suddenly became a talking bird, a talking so-and-so, and it was completely possible to charge for it again, like a new game. It is estimated that players who are fascinated by the games they like, do not mind spending a few dollars, to buy such a character. Then it became that the characters bought in the game can talk to each other. The playability has been improved by one step. Although there are some small problems in technology, their team can also do it. After this step, the online mode was launched, and players can use their characters to communicate with others, or show off the characters they bought. Send the recorded words through the friend system, and the person's character will appear on his mobile phone. It can also be used to express love, confess, apologize, etc., and use this funny character to say it. At least it will not make people feel embarrassed. In addition, some intelligent word and sentence recognition can also make some expressions and movements, which will be attractive to young players or older players. Decathlon is looking at the original, while the others in the conference room are looking at the attachments copied by Miko. Of course, it doesn't matter, as long as you can understand it. When everyone saw Zhou idea, they all took a deep breath, and even looked at Zhou with admiration. The boss is the boss, and holding the position of creative director within the company is indeed not for nothing. Just this idea extended from a one-person game may be made into the pillar of Sky Games in the future. But after seeing the back, they were not calm. Similar online and offline activities in it are just a bonus. This thing is not easy to do, but you can find a partner to do it together. And Zhou can actually develop such a recording software-like game into an instant messaging project. The span of this idea is too high. However, when the senior executives in the game thought about it carefully, they really could do it. Record, send, receive, listen, and reply. It's like a walkie-talkie, but it can be used anywhere in the world where there is an internet connection. Although it is not as simple as the traditional one, this one is also very unique. Besides, speaking characters can be developed in the future. More characters means more choices, and compared to traditional instant messaging software, this is very cool. The speaking character not only has 1 or 2 expressions, but may also have actions. Compared with those software that only transmit sound, everyone feels that their bosses is obviously cooler. And he was very excited after reading it, and Zhou looked at him and motioned to him. "Boss, your idea is really great." "Yeah, I know," Zhou said calmly. "Let's get to the point. If this idea is not good, how can I say it?" And he was speechless for a while. Based on my many years of sales experience, if this game really develops like that, although it will not become a giant like ICQ, but if we want to occupy a certain share in the market, we can definitely do it. Chapter 449 Interview. Well, I thought so at first, but it's not so easy to grab a bite of food from those internet giants. Zhou said with emotion, and then said, "Do you have anything to say about Andy's words?" "Yes, boss, I completely agree with Mr. Andy's opinion. Just like what you wrote in it, we can rely on the hundreds of millions of downloads of the game in the future, or even billions of downloads. We can pile up a lot of customers. And what we have to do is to get customers to register a Sky Game account." Agree. The meeting room gradually became lively. The atmosphere in Zhou company is that when working, people should be divided into upper and lower levels. But when discussing, there is absolutely no distinction between upper and lower levels. A good inspiration is generated when creativity collides with each other. When discussing, if you have an idea, just say it. If you have an opinion, just raise it. There will always be different ideas when there are many people. Sparks are generated when they collide with each other. Sky Games has already tasted the sweetness of a good idea. The boss's own idea has made the company so much profit. This also makes the company pay special attention to new ideas, and Andy directly recruited a bunch of people, hoping to get highlights from it as soon as possible. As for the investment money, to be honest, as long as Zhou doesn't take the cash, the company will definitely not be short of money. This meeting lasted for a long time, and the company's senior management discussed one possibility after another to improve the concept proposed by Zhou. As the leader of the Tomcat development team, he often asked technical questions and whether there were solutions. Some of them were technical, and Ram and Carls helped to solve them. Because the game has been released, it has also entered the company's senior management, each with a team. As for Decathlon, it is already a game ready for release, and entering the senior management is a certain thing. In addition, he is an old man following Zhou. It is appropriate to take care of him. What they have to do now is to work hard, create more profits for the company, get the boss's recognition, reflect their own value, make the boss feel that they are worth his price, and want to keep them, so as to get the company's stock reward. In fact, this is also the idea of most American workers, just like the lawyers in the law firm, who want to become partners of the law firm after winning one victory after another. This is not only for money, but also a manifestation of self-worth. The two of them also put forward a lot of opinions on the game. Now it seems that the game may be very different from what they originally thought. It can be said that it has improved many styles. Tomcat will have more development potential in the future, and its lifespan will be infinitely extended. And as long as it is really made into an instant messaging tool, the market prospects and money prospects are really a great harvest. Zhou stayed in the game company for 2 days, and during that time he also did an exclusive interview, which was an interview with Game Express. This magazine ranked in the top 10 in sales in the United States. After Andy told Zhou about his importance, he was willing to talk to them. After all, he was also expanding his influence. The sunlight at noon shone through the glass into Zhou's office, and some places in the office seemed to become a little dark. A leather sofa was placed next to the window, and a few wisps of smoke were floating in the air. Zhou sat on the sofa with a cigar in his mouth and a faint smile on his face. Opposite him sat a reporter in his 30s. He was well fitted, but it was obviously just a suit worn by the middle class. The man was a little fat, with some sweat stains on his round head, and a little slickness on his face. At this time, he looked a little humble, and took the cigar handed over by Zhou. "You worked hard just now. Come, try it. Although there is no brand, this one is handmade, and has a mellow taste," Zhou said. "Thank you." The reporter smelled the cigar and praised it. "It tastes great." Zhou raised his eyebrows and made a look at him, saying, "You know the goods very well." When this reporter was shooting the cover for him just now, Zhou asked him to take photos from many angles and asked him to send him a copy when the time comes. It is only right to treat someone to a cigar now. After slowly enjoying a cigar, the two were silent. Zhou also asked this person to rest for a while, and the reporter was amazed by his cigar. Although he knew that the things of rich people must be good, he did not expect that the taste of this cigar was really good, which made him just want to enjoy the mellow taste quietly. He took a sip of the wine lightly. Zhou held the cigar in his mouth and smoked it, and from time to time he took a sip of the red wine on the table. When smoking a cigar, you compare it with a good red wine. The best is a red wine from the old world. Compared with the red wine from the new world, you can feel a sense of enjoyment. Of course, this requires no problem with financial resources. Otherwise, think about it. When smoking a cigar, take a sip of red wine. The aroma of the cigar and the warmth of the red wine can perfectly feel the silky tannins of the red wine. However, the premise is that you must choose the right wine, and don't choose wine with too strong tannins. Zhou also learned these when he checked the internet, but later he found that the enjoyment and silent luxury of these capitalist countries in the West are really too much. This is not only a kind of enjoyment, but also a style. There is also a Scotch single malt whiskey that can be paired with it. The single malt whiskey has a strong smoky and peat flavor, which is suitable for enjoying with a tougher cigar. The two complement each other. For example, the famous cigar brand Cohiba is paired with Macallan single malt whiskey. Zhou also tried it, but he didn't like the taste. That was too medium, and he felt more enjoyable with red wine. In addition, in the Caribbean region, the hometown of cigars, people enjoy cigars with wine that is more regional, that is, cigar plus rum, which is also a classic combination, because both are representative products of the region, so this combination is not unreasonable. Old World French wine, paired with cigars. I have to say, Mr. Zhou, your life is enjoying beauty. The reporter, who came back to his senses, looked at Zhao Jixi with envy and said. Zhao Jixi smiled lightly. Human life is meant to be enjoyed, but some people have the conditions and some people don't. Smart people always want to create conditions. As for the rest, I can only say that they may feel that they have a better life. The reporter smiled bitterly, and he felt that he might have excluded Zhao Jixi from the ranks of smart people. But as he said, he has already got the better life he wanted. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but touch the wedding ring in his hand. Although it was a bit hard, he at least found that happiness. You are right, but I didn't expect that you, Mr. Zhou, would have such an idea at such a young age. Smart people are always different, Zhao Jixi said, but he was still domineering. When the reporter heard this, his eyes lit up. He thought that he should put this sentence next to Zhao Jixi's cover. Looking at this young man with this sentence, it is really a suitable choice. Then the reporter got to the point. Mr. Zhou, how did you come up with those game ideas? It's incredible. You know, the number of game downloads is about to reach the top, and everyone thinks it's inevitable. Maybe in a while, you will face the situation of competing with your confidant for the first place. Zhao Jixi smiled faintly, domineeringly pressed the cigar head into the crystal ashtray, pinched out the spark and said, I have a hobby, which is to exercise and learn martial arts. My idol is Mr. Bruce Lee. Sometimes I imagine that I'm a kung fu master who can chop certain objects with a knife or a sword. I remember when I was at home, I liked to pick up some fruits, throw them into the air, and then chop them with the knife at home. It was fun and interesting, but my success rate was obviously not very high. At that time, my parents would give me a good lesson, because I was wasting food. So later I also knew about it, and before I knew it, I wanted to make it into a game. Since it can't be realized in reality, I will realize it in the game world of the tower, so that I won't be scolded by my mother for wasting food. So Fruit Swordsman was born. Haha. Haha. Then Fruit Swordsman, can it be said that you designed the game to realize your childhood dream and not want to waste food? The reporter also said with a smile. You can say that. Zhao Jixi nodded indifferently. Anyway, he made it up. Adding some humorous and legendary things will make the article more readable. Later, the Apple mobile phone appeared. After seeing that kind of screen, I realized that this is what I want. This is the most perfect operating platform. Compared with using a mouse to control and cutting fruit with your own hands, it is obviously a kind of enjoyment. At this time, I made up my mind to make this game. Zhao Jixi secretly breathed a sigh of relief. It is really not an easy thing to make up a lie. He almost fooled himself with what he said. This statement really made him feel very involved. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 451, American Football Team. Elena has also assigned some people to inspect the teams in the Major League Soccer. See which one is worth buying or is interested in selling. From her point of view, the first point is that you can't lose money and you must be able to make a profit. Although it doesn't have to be a lot, the financial situation must be good. Secondly, the team's performance can't be too bad and the team's foundation can't be too poor. The boss bought it for fun and to make himself happy. If it's too bad, if it keeps losing, it will definitely feel terrible. The boss doesn't buy the team to be bullied. This is very important. I casually looked at several well-known teams in the league now. One is the Los Angeles Galaxy, which has been in the limelight in the past 2 years. One is the newly rising Seattle Sounders, and the other is the powerful Portland Loggers, Houston Dynamo and New York Red Bulls. To be honest, there are not many Major League Soccer teams that make a lot of money. There were only a few $1 million a year in 2009. Now, they can have a few million in revenue every year. They are definitely very capable. Kansas City Wizards, Toronto F.D.C., United, Chicago Fire, Colorado Rapids, Dallas Burn, Columbus Crew, Philadelphia Union, Dallas F., etc. These are all losing money. Some more some less, anyway, few are profitable. Elena saw the back and knew where the problem was. There are only 4 or 5 teams in the entire league that are profitable, and most of the others are losing millions of dollars. No wonder these teams are so much cheaper than those in other leagues. If they really don't have any ability, they can basically only operate at a loss. Elena said thoughtfully. Josh, the general consultant of sports projects standing next to her, said, "Boss, we can actually buy a team at will, or buy a cheaper team. Then move them to San Francisco. The bull market here is obviously much better than other places, especially with the big boss." Elena was a little silent when she heard Josh's words. The greater San Francisco area is a big city, there is no doubt about it. Here, there are only the 49ers, the Giants and the NBA's Golden State Warriors. Now it seems that the only thing missing is a football team. There are 2 large stadiums in San Francisco. One is the famous Candlestick Stadium, and the other is the AT&T Stadium, also known as the TT Stadium. Both of them can be considered as the team's home stadium in the future. However, considering that the boss seems to be interested in acquiring teams from other leagues, especially these 2 teams located in the San Francisco area, they are his best targets. In this way, the problem of the home stadium may be solved in the future. One advantage of moving the acquired team to San Francisco is that, as Josh said, there is a need here because there are many immigrants in California, not to mention the big city of San Francisco, where there are also many immigrants. These immigrants from outside are more accepting of football than Americans. You should know that most of the developing and developed countries in the world play football. This sport is not so popular in the United States. Pay attention to recruiting more ethnic groups within the team. In addition, the boss is a Chinese, and it can be said that he is a nation. This will attract the interest of Asians in this area. The boss also has good relations with many wealthy people. In the future, the team's luxury boxes will not be without sales. The next step is to learn from the Los Angeles Galaxy team and buy 1 or 2 famous stars. This will also make the team get more attention and gain the support of fans, especially these new fans, who often need these big stars to attract them. Elena also thinks this is a good idea. Now all that is missing is to see which team to buy. However, this is just something the boss thinks about. She has a lot to do. She has to negotiate with the city government and all the companies that own the stadium. In short, everything should be done. Now it's the boss's turn to sign a contract with them with a smile, and then the reporters will take photos. It will be the absolute headline of the regional newspaper tomorrow. Pressing her swollen head, Elena looked at the pile of documents in front of her and felt a little tired. Josh, you should take charge of this matter with the sports team recently. Go and inspect those teams. If there is a chance, release some information at the right time. I think someone will come to us at that time. No problem, I will do it, boss, Josh said confidently. His professionalism in this aspect is first class, so he is always full of confidence. This person has worked in many industries before, such as sports reporter, scout, manager, etc., which is very diverse. This is also the reason why Elena chose him. Well, there is one more thing. After Elena finished speaking, she looked at him and said, "You can also collect information and data on other teams in the San Francisco area." Josh's whole body suddenly shook, and he looked at Elena with an incredible face and said, "Boss, are you saying that boss wants to pay attention to them? This, really, this?" Elena said lightly, "It's just this intention. The boss is just making some small plans for the future. After all, some money will still need to be spent in the future, which is better than using it to pay taxes." Josh was stunned for a moment. "Okay, go get busy." "Okay, boss." Elena then picked up the phone, pressed a button, and said, "Let them in." Yes. This small boss has invested a lot. It seems that his watermelons are selling very well recently. Elena also knew that Zhou had a source of income. The watermelons from Sky Farm have long been popular in the upper class. This fruit is not only delicious, but also very rare. The most important thing is that people don't have to worry about buying fakes, because there are too many features that can be identified. Others can't imitate it, even if they want to. Originally, when it was in Zhou's farm, the highest price was more than $200 per piece. Now the market has been hyped up to nearly $300 or $400. And this is still in short supply. Most of them are bought from friends because of popularity. When you hold a party at home or entertain important guests, it is a very face-saving thing to take it out. And people who know this new thing will envy the owner. If you don't know, it will basically increase the vanity of the host. Look, you don't even know about this new luxury. You are really out of date. Look, I don't look down on you. You are really out of date. There are also one or two good businessmen who actually sold the already scarce watermelons abroad. You know, these watermelons are not enough to supply the rich people in the United States. Your mothers, they even sold them abroad? Do our American rich people look like the kind of people who can't afford it? This also made a group of people very unhappy. The wealthy class in the United States exceeds 3 million, and they can afford this watermelon under pressure. Needless to say, the richer ones, the quantity is enough to crush the production of this watermelon. One person eats only one, and have to wait for 3 months. Is this possible for the rich? It's not realistic at all. Since it tastes good, you must eat enough, otherwise you have so much money, instead of using it to satisfy your own desires, you will donate it to the poor. Now the next batch of watermelons will mature, but it will take 2 or 3 months to get them. There are only a few people who have the watermelons now, and they estimate that the stock will not last long. Before the end of the month, they may all be eaten up. Yes, it is not that they are all bought up, but they are all eaten directly. Unless someone forcibly resists eating them, they may still be kept for a while. But for the rich, it is only a few $100s. Although it feels a bit luxurious to eat, it is not a lot. It is really a pity to resist eating them. That's why some people analyze that this first batch of watermelons will probably be eaten up soon. The only one left is the Sky Farm in the place of origin. I remember there is still a small batch there. So now there are also many people who have their eyes on the farm, thinking about how to get some. Or think about whether your friends are rich Chinese, or have a good personal relationship with Zhou friends. I believe Zhou will not refuse the business of them. Elena ate her boss's products at a friend's party last time. To be honest, the taste is really good. I heard that it is also a healthy food, which is good for the body. But this is not important. What is important is the taste. For this reason alone, at least there is no watermelon in the world that can compare with the watermelons of Sky Farm. Since she knew this, she considered whether to apply for benefits from her boss and not to give bonuses. She would be satisfied with just a few watermelons. Last time at the party, the children at home didn't eat enough, and they kept talking about this from time to time. After thinking about it, Elena took out a stick of incense that was only 1/3 of it and lit it up. This was one of the benefits that Zhou gave her. If it was just a stick of incense, Zhou told Elena that according to his selling price, one stick of this would cost more than $3,000. At this price, he would not sell it to a stranger he didn't know well. Elena had also heard about this. In the circle of rich people, a little secret can be spread quickly, not to mention that it is not a secret. But she really had never seen it. It was not until Zhou tried it for her that she knew that this thing was really a good thing to reduce fatigue. Fast update Pure Text Chapter 452. I can get into Stanford. Zhou didn't give Elena much of his incense. He was not a casual person, especially when this thing could be sold for money. No matter how good a thing is, if there is too much of it, it will definitely not be worth much. It's the same when you use it as a favor. Only when you give it a little at a time will people remember your kindness. After Elena ordered it once, she tried it a few times and found that she only needed to order it for a few minutes each time. It can also make her feel a lot more relaxed. Although she will feel a little unsatisfied, it is actually enough. The actuary's license was not obtained in vain. Just use it frugally. Of course, she couldn't bear to order it all at once, which would be a waste. She didn't have a year to spend more than 1 million on this. It would be better to invest in something to ensure her future life, or buy something that can improve her quality of life and satisfy her vanity. Zhou didn't go to the game company that day. He waited for so long. It was not until recently that he became famous that Stanford University conveyed his admission application through Zhou's father. As long as he passes a few tests and has enough biology foundation, as he said, he can go to Stanford. He doesn't need to take the TOEFL test, and he doesn't need the IELTS score. But his problem now is that he doesn't have college and high school grades, and he wants to go to a professional graduate school, not a lecture-based one. So he needs to have a certain foundation and pass the tests given by the college. For example, biology, chemistry, biochemistry, cell and molecular biology are what he must take. In addition, he needs to achieve a certain score in mathematics, chemistry, physics and biology, and related courses in the senior year of undergraduate studies, so he can enter the Stanford School of Biology. Apart from these, Zhou can only be regarded as a college student for the time being, until his college allows him to become a graduate student and have the qualifications to enter the School of Biology. In fact, to put it bluntly, Zhou has to take the exam. Now they are just giving you a chance to enter, and they will simply test you on the basics. After all, it is also a famous school. If your grades are so bad, it would be a shame to let you in. Stanford cannot have such a low-level scandal, and it is the richest school, so it really doesn't need that little money. Besides, when Zhou was still a person with a certain degree of attention, if he really just wanted to get into the school, to get a degree and fame, then Stanford would have a scandal. However, if Zhou was really capable and really interested in biology, and could get a degree, it would also be a good publicity for Stanford. A person who has definitely been on the Forbes rich list. Still trying to enter Stanford College to study. It still sounds cool. It has a certain influence on increasing Stanford's reputation, and can be said to be a celebrity for a while. Zhou has completed this first step, and he is considered a Stanford person. Then if you don't have the ability to be a graduate student, sorry, you have to learn enough knowledge in the college first, and then go to graduate school. Miko, I've read it for a long time. According to Stanford's meaning, should I go directly to college instead of graduate school? Zhou asked the assistant. Miko had read the document, so she naturally knew what Stanford meant. But in her little head, she was still thinking about trying to be more tactful. Boss, you've been saying this for a long time. Why do you keep saying this? Zhou suddenly turned his head and looked at Miko and said. All of a sudden, the Japanese beauty's face turned red, and she was at a loss for words for a moment. Okay, looking at you like this, I think you've almost said what I said. Zhou waved his hand and said, this is almost the same as what is shown in TV dramas. Remember to improve it next time. Miko's face could only get redder and redder. She felt like she was burning, and wanted to find an ice pack to apply. But seeing Zhou's look, she still plucked up the courage to say, actually, boss, it's already exaggerated to be able to enter Stanford so easily. They are a famous academic college, and are very strict in these assessments. And it's said above that, as long as you can pass the assessment, you can go to graduate school. Even if you want a doctorate degree at that time, it's no problem. It depends on you. Yeah. Zhou nodded. What you said makes sense. Go and pour me a cup of coffee. I'll think about it. Okay, boss. Mizi bowed and left to pour coffee. Damn, in my previous life, I graduated from high school, and it was not a very famous high school. With that score, I couldn't even get into college. I could only go to a technical school or a junior college. I remember that there were quite a few school invitations sent at that time, and the pictures of the environment on them were very good. Unfortunately, after reading the title, I was extremely disappointed. Most of them were technical schools, or fake universities affiliated with universities, or they were next to the good universities. This must be uncomfortable. The rest are not even wild chickens. They just collect money, find a shabby house, and put bunk beds. After collecting the money, they ask you to pay tuition every year, and guarantee that you will get a diploma at the end of the year. However, one advantage of this kind of university is that your university diploma is at least real. Zhou thought at the time that it would be better not to go to this place that gives money to people, otherwise he would have to pay a lot of money just for tuition. If he had that much time, he would go out to make money, but wouldn't he lose a lot of money? After thinking about it, he decided that it would be better not to go. Now he is asked to take the Stanford University entrance exam, even though he has never been to college and has failed the college entrance examination. If someone had said this to him in his previous life, Zhou would have slapped him in the face. Think about how good it is for him to be reborn, just like a child, and he can easily get 100 points in addition, subtraction, multiplication, and division in elementary school, and he can even be praised as a genius. The little girls were so fascinated that some of them even thought that their little brother wanted to counterattack the big-breasted teacher who taught them. The idea was really outrageous. What made him feel a little miserable was that after his rebirth, the third exam was actually Stanford. I remember that the first time he took the test was when he became a naturalized citizen and he took some basic American knowledge. The second exam was a driver's license test in the United States. This time, the third exam after his rebirth was directly at Stanford. The leap was not just ordinary, but quite big. "Boss, your coffee." Mizi bent down and put the coffee in front of Zhou's table. "Well, thank you, Mizi." Zhou looked up and said, but he was reluctant to put it down immediately. In front of him was Mizi's surging breasts, and the groove squeezed by the bra felt bottomless. The white and tender skin was exposed outside, and Zhou could see her chest floating slightly with her breathing from time to time. "A rabbit doesn't eat grass near its nest. I don't eat grass near its nest. There is grass in the world. I just don't eat grass near my nest." Zhou turned his eyes away and began to recite silently. "Although the scenery is beautiful, I can't enjoy it alone. What a pity." Mizi also noticed Zhou's behavior, suppressed her excitement, and pretended that nothing happened. But the little pride in her heart couldn't help but run out. However, Zhou looked at it for a while, then turned his eyes away, no longer paying attention to his two great existences, which also made Mizi feel lost. Zhou took a sip of coffee and lit a cigarette. "Fortunately, there is a space. Let's not talk about other things first. At least my brain is much better. My memory and comprehension ability are obviously not at the same level as before. I didn't come through the sea of questions, but at least I created a mountain of books in this life. A bunch of books are remembered in my mind. Although I can't say that I can use them freely, there is no problem with the basics." After thinking about it, Zhou felt that this test should be no problem for him. "Miko, please reply to the Stanford Academic Affairs Office. I can go there in a week," Zhou said, after thinking about it. But after a pause, he said, "Forget it, I'll call myself." In the United States, attitude is very important. If you go to school by yourself, you will be favored. If you do it yourself. Mizi took the phone and helped Zhou press the number. After dialing, she handed it to Zhou. The director of the Stanford admissions office answered the phone and talked to him politely. His tone was neither humble nor arrogant. He was now representing Stanford, which had produced 10 Nobel Prize winners and 5 Pulitzer Prize winners. There are 142 members of the American Academy of Arts and Sciences, 84 members of the National Academy of Sciences, and 14 National Science Award winners, and 67 students have won Rhodes scholarships. What's more amazing is that 6 of the 9 judges of the US Supreme Court graduated from Stanford Law School. Among the outstanding graduates is US President Hoover, and some other graduates have created many world-class companies, including HP, Stronrot, GP, Google, NKE, Sun, Yahoo, and hundreds of well-known American-listed companies. It can be said that the achievements are remarkable. So Zhou can be respected, but there is no need to curry favor with him. The pride of Stanford cannot be easily changed by a certain person or organization. "Okay, thank you. I will go to school to take the test tomorrow," Zhou said. "Well, thank you for your help. I think being able to enter Stanford will be something I will be proud of in the future. As long as you are good enough, you can be proud of yourself. The door of Stanford is always open to outstanding people." Zhou chatted with this person for a few words, and the person on the other end of the phone gave him the feeling of being a rigorous and wise person. He is also full of pride in the school and proud of being a Stanford student. Update fast pure text chapter 453, looking a bit angry. PS, I borrowed the names of many book friends. I'm really grateful for your company these days. Really, every time I think of you, it always brings more strength to my writing. It also makes me know that I write not just for my own bread. It turns out that there are a group of book friends who are looking forward to reading. Thank you. Really, it is because of you that there are American landlords. Zhou can only say that this is a real world. He can only envy the behavior of casually entering a prestigious school like in the novel. It turns out that he also thinks so, but unfortunately, in fact, he still has to have a certain level. Otherwise, the reputation of this school is not for you to ruin. Stanford College also felt Zhou's sincerity and attitude. They welcome those who really want to learn knowledge and do scientific research. Of course, it is almost impossible to say that there is no influence of Zhou's identity. For Zhou, who is worth billions of dollars, a member of the board of directors of a multinational company, and a successful entrepreneur, how could they not welcome him? Although some of the school's directors disagreed, as long as Zhou could pass the first test, it would be a sure thing for him to enter Stanford. With this consideration, at least everyone could accept it on the surface. After the phone call, Zhou was relieved. The college issue was resolved. The next step was to establish a research institute on the farm, or to set up a private research institute, which could be put on the agenda. The main thing was to find some good experts, and the biology doctoral program in Stanford College was world famous. Stanford was also famous for its many science doctors. Of course, the resource allocation was different, and he could start poaching scholars who were not successful after a field investigation. And joint development with Stanford would also be a cooperative project that could be considered in the future. These would all be auxiliary in the future. It was not known whether it could make a profit if tens of millions of dollars were spent every year. The main thing was that he had to have a degree in social recognition. Then it would not be surprising if he came up with something new. So although he knew that scientific research investment was a money-burning activity, he still had to throw money into it. Otherwise, it would be unreasonable to come up with so many new things. Fortunately, he has space. If there are some surprises, scholars should be able to find some valuable things. He can still accept this money-burning income. Maybe his research institute will really research something good in the future, and then he can really make a fortune again. Fuck you, I've invested money in it. Who dares to doubt it in the future? I won't even explain it to them. A commercial secret can shut everyone up. Thinking that he doesn't have to be as cautious as he is now, Zhou couldn't help but smile. But he didn't expect that he might have to be more careful in the future, because he became famous on the internet, and Zhou could learn from his future development. He could only take it one step at a time. Now Zhou is popular in China, not only on the internet, but also in newspapers. Many newspapers in developed provinces and cities either reprint or write their own articles. In short, there is a person named Zhou in their pages. It's either a small piece or a page, or some text reports, as some curious news, or reports on the pages of newspapers such as Netting the World. Although these articles are mostly written as interesting things, it can also be regarded as a kind of fame. As for China, there are no rich people these days, let's be friends. Or some internet terms like wait until my hair grows to my waist, rich man, will you marry me? But envy, jealousy, and hatred are popular. Several websites, forums, blogs, etc. that reported it are full of people's comments. The most substantial ones are the terms such as envy, jealousy, and hatred. There are also a lot of doubts about whether this guy has a pornographic photo scandal. Looking at his wealth, his face and figure, for women, it's not too much to be a moth to a flame. If this rich man really pounces on him, if he is lucky, it may really work out. Otherwise, it's good to have a relationship. It's very face saving to take him out for a walk, and it's really a face saving for female compatriots. In addition, he is rich, so the gifts he gave are probably not bad. They may be limited edition bags, watches, jewelry, etc. Everything is expensive and the best. Netizen Doja responded to his envy in the forum. Fuck, with so much money, how should he spend it? Netizen LV Pluto said contemptuously, the above idiot, spend it as you want. Even if you donate it all, you won't get a penny. Netizen Dark Mentor replied, the above is right. With that little money, it's not enough for officials across the country to eat and drink several times. Body is a little fat. Everyone go back and take a shower. My wife asked me to put away the clothes. Vin Diesel, strong insertion. I want to sit on the sofa. Then the netizen named Fantasy Brother replied, in the morning, have sex with black, white, and yellow people. In the afternoon, have sex with mature women, young women, and virgins, which are women of 3 ages. In the evening, have 3 servings according to this set meal, 1 shift watching, 1 shift fucking, and 1 shift fucking. It's really cool. Howling Wind Valley on the 6th floor. According to the appraisal, the person above took too much Viagra, and his big head is seriously congested. Hurry up and find a place to do some friction exercises and spit it out, and it will be fine. Black Front Acre. The truth is out on the 7th floor. The truth is out. Netizen Sky Thunder replied, so that's how it is. As expected, the person on the 5th floor should not be judged by appearance. It turned out to be a big eagle. The monster should show his true colors soon. It turned out that the old cat was stealing fish. Everyone has gone off topic. The host should ask this person to find our domestic female stars, and it would be a good thing for everyone to discuss it together. I sincerely said, correct answer. The building will not fall if it doesn't go off topic, and it will last long if it goes off topic. ZJQ 246. The person above is unfathomable. I don't understand what he means. But I like female stars with big breasts. Eden Snow same request. Shin Shenmue same request. Line up consciously when you are sent down. SPRT same request. The hips should be a little more raised, and it is best to have sex. Black Front Acre. I've been here for a while, but it's better to take a look again. I found that the view upstairs is still the best. Freevie Reading. I'm late. Tide Cloud. I really don't know what to say. Please post next time. Dazed Little Demon. What a bunch of nonsense. Maybe post some passionate words next time. Really, let's masturbate and sleep. Update quickly. Pure Text Chapter 454. 2 families. Jay Chou should be thankful that he has not told anyone that he has just immigrated abroad. Everyone now thinks that he is a native Chinese American. So although they show some concern for this Chinese American, they still have to do what they should do afterwards. Even the media is the same. When Jay Chou is popular, publishing more news related to him is the only way to increase sales and traffic. When people pay attention, they will search for reports about Jay Chou everywhere on the internet, and many websites have also created a list of keywords. With the good keyword Jay Chou, the traffic of their websites has been greatly increased, so many cheating websites have appeared. Even some HS websites can be searched using Jay Chou as a keyword. There are also some adult product websites registered abroad, and his name can be searched. His name is linked behind or in front of some female specific tools. Brother Ferry really has no moral integrity. It is invulnerable to complain about him. Let's save our energy. Even the Hong Kong media expressed their interest in Jay Chou because Superman Lee also invested a little in Facebook, divided into 2 parts, and it seems that he is very optimistic about this company. Jay Chou may have benefited from this, and it seems that when he held an auction, many wealthy Chinese Americans were dug up, and many of them are also very popular in Hong Kong. In particular, there are several tabloids that like to hunt for novelties and gossip, and they rely on absurdity to attract people. Although Jay Chou's story is ridiculous, they have a routine. They directly point to all the female stars who have recently gone to the United States and put them on Jay Chou. They say that this female star went to the United States to catch this handsome guy, hoping to catch this fish and marry into this new rich family. It has only been a year since the Hong Kong nude photo incident, and the media always likes to speculate and make up stories about this kind of men who are attractive to women. It is not known which man the female star is dating. The gossip newspapers also know that Jay Chou likes to stay at the Four Seasons Hotel in San Francisco. The man's clothes were the same as the clothes that Jay Chou was photographed wearing. Well, these gossip media put this relationship on Jay Chou. Recently, the media reported that Firesit broke up with the Dragon Prince and then went to San Francisco, California, USA for vacation. It turned out that he was dating Jay Chou. There were also photos of the two of them in the newspaper. Well, if Jay Chou knew about this false accusation, he would probably be depressed to death. In addition, Shuqi, a very famous actress in Hong Kong, was also put on Jay Chou's head, but the fabrication was really unreliable. She went to Los Angeles, and Jay Chou was still in San Francisco. The newspaper was able to connect them. If Jay Chou knew about it, he could only say that he admired it. Moreover, these were only two of the actresses who went to the United States. There were several others who also went to the United States. In the end, the gossip tabloids put the blame on Jay Chou. Because these people found that in Hong Kong, it seemed that the newspaper sold well in the past 2 days with the name of Jay Chou, a handsome guy. While people's curiosity is still hot, they can make a few days of money. So it's simple. Just write it. It's not easy to be a writer. Just treat it as writing a novel. Use words like suspected, seemingly, possible, or the like. In addition, several games produced by Jay Chou's company are also very popular in Hong Kong. So for whatever reason, Jay Chou is now very popular. The youngest Asian, tall, rich and handsome is his synonym. Crazy investor or stupid investor is also his synonym. It's impossible for you to have all the good things in the world. You have to share some of the bad things with the world. Taiwan, Singapore, Malaysia, Thailand and other countries also reprinted the report. In the Chinese world, Jay Chou has shown his face. Although this has both good and bad sides, some people directly read it as a novel. However, it's not showing his face. Although Jay Chou doesn't need it. And now the capital of China, Zhang's father, who was reading the newspaper, also saw Zhou Jixi. He took off his reading glasses, wiped them, and then read the news to make sure that he was not mistaken. Then he said with a surprised face, "It's really Jess's child." "Dad, what are you talking about?" Zhang Ziyi's sister-in-law asked curiously to her father-in-law who was talking. "Look at what's written in the newspaper. Isn't it Jess's child who came to our house several times? Look, this child has risen to billions of dollars." Zhang's father said to his daughter-in-law while holding the newspaper. Zhou also took it and looked at it. His mouth almost became an O shape. This person is really not to be judged by appearance. He is so rich at such a young age, and he also invests and runs a company, and he is also very successful. It's amazing. "Where's my meal, my wife? You should bring it to me first." Zhang Nan shouted to his wife at the dinner table. "You are so old, why don't you go get it yourself? You still need your wife to serve it. If you want to eat, just come and get it yourself." Zhang's father was not used to his son's bad habits, so he could not help but say loudly. Well, after his father said so, Zhang Nan still walked over and picked up his own rice. He took 2 bites first to wash down the taste of the meat he had just eaten. By the way, he glanced at the news his wife was reading, but in a few seconds, his face was shocked. More than $2 billion US. More than $2 billion US. What do you mean that the real estate market has been rising recently, and the stock market and Facebook's value are also rising? His current assets are $3 billion, Zhou explained, while looking at the newspaper. He is already so wealthy, what difference does it make if he loses 100 million or 200 million? Zhang Nan said in a daze. Of course not, at least I can't earn that much in my lifetime. The last time Jess came to our house for dinner, he thought it was amazing that he had a farm worth hundreds of millions, but I didn't expect that was only a small part of his wealth. Look at what is written above. In just a few months, he has built a game company with an estimated value of more than 200 million US. Zhou said with admiration. Mother Zhang came out of the kitchen. Although there is a nanny at home, sometimes she still likes to cook by herself. People can't be idle all the time when they are old. She likes to cook very much, and the taste is not bad. At least Zhou Jixi likes it very much. The last time he came to Zhang's house for dinner, he ate all the dishes cooked by Mother Zhang with such a good appetite that he almost licked the plate. The old man felt warm in his heart, not to mention how happy he was. When she came out, she saw a group of people, young and old, gathered around a newspaper and reading. "What are you doing? Those who should eat don't eat, and those who eat don't sit down and eat properly. This family is in a strange situation today." Zhang Nan stopped eating and said to his mother, "Mom, come and see. There is big news. What big news? You are so old and still making a fuss. Zhang's mother wiped her hands and said to her son, "It's very big. It's that Zhaojixi you like." Thinking that this sentence seemed to have some grammatical errors, looking at his father's unfriendly eyes, he quickly made up for it and said, "Oh, no, it's that Zhaojixi you like to be your son-in-law." Ah. Zhang's mother was surprised. Isn't he in the United States? How come you are also reading American newspapers? You will know if you come and see. Big news. Zhou also said. Okay, I'll take a look. Zhang's mother took out her aging glasses and hurried over to say. At this time in the capital, another family, Cheng's big villa. At this time, in the living room of this big villa, sat a middle-aged man in his 40s. His forehead is slightly bald, but fortunately there is still some hair in between. He sits on the sofa, wearing a pair of glasses. He is Cheng Jinfei. As the godfather of a domestic celebrity girl, he is actually under a lot of pressure. Although he is not afraid of media reports, if he talks too much, it will become a rumor. With his wealth, if he wants to find a woman, there is no shortage of women. It's just a matter of wanting or not. And as for his goddaughter, he really treats her as his own daughter. It's just that the atmosphere in the Celestial Empire in recent years and the filth in the entertainment industry have implicated him, especially the word godfather, although this word has never been considered a good thing since ancient times. In the past, it was a word used by eunuchs or villains. After all, eunuchs are people with 5 roots, and the ancient times were clan societies. In that era, the eunuchs could not have children, so they could only recognize godchildren to increase their own strength. With the exaggeration of literati, this word is really not very good, but it has not become a synonym for improper relationships between men and women, like it is now. Fortunately, his goddaughter likes to call him godfather, which also makes that somewhat harsh word stay away from him. Jinfei, are you reading the newspaper? Mother Liu is very intellectual and beautiful. Although she is old now, she is a dancer and has maintained a very good figure and a leisurely temperament. At this time, she came down from upstairs and said to him, she and her daughter just came back from the United States not long ago, and she has been staying at his place for the past 2 days. Of course, she used to live here in Beijing. Yeah. Cheng Jinfei nodded and said, young people nowadays are amazing. I have worked hard for decades, but my prospects are not as good as those of a game company. Mother Liu looked at Cheng Jinfei in surprise and said, oh, there is such a great person? You haven't been as good as him in more than 10 years. What kind of game company is that? Of course there is. The times are progressing. These young people have more ideas than us old people. In the United States, Mark Zuckerberg of Facebook and several others are young people with assets of tens of billions or even hundreds of billions. Cheng Jinfei said with emotion, and this young man directly started a game company. Now its market value is estimated at 200 million. In the future, as long as there are no major mistakes, its value will continue to grow. And what I do is different. What I do is real estate. Look. Mother Zhang took out her aging glasses and hurried over to say update quickly pure text chapter 455, third sister and fourth sister. Mother Liu is also a person who has seen the world. She also knows who Mark Zuckerberg is, the man who is known as the second Bill Gates. The young man you are talking about is not that good. Take Zuckerberg you just mentioned. His net worth is 200 million or 300 million. The one you are talking about is only 200 million. This game company was just opened casually after he had an inspiration. Now it is worth this price. This person has several other investments. Just Apple and Facebook are almost 2 billion. Cheng Jinfei said with envy while pointing at the newspaper. So amazing. Western children nowadays are really different. Mother Liu had already sat on the sofa at this time, and she picked up an apple and started to peel it. Wrong, it's not a Westerner, it's a Chinese, and I don't know how many generations have immigrated there. It seems that our Chinese young people are not inferior to those Western young people in terms of creativity. Cheng Jinfei said with emotion. Oh, wait a minute, let me see. Mother Liu peeled the apple first and walked over curiously. She gave the apple to Cheng Jinfei casually. He also took the apple normally, and Mother Liu also took the newspaper handed to her and started reading. When she saw the photo just now, she felt that the young man looked familiar. As soon as she saw the name, she knew that the young man was the one she knew. She couldn't help but sigh in her heart that sometimes fate is really strange in this world. I didn't expect this child to be so amazing. I really didn't see it at the time. Mother Liu murmured to herself, with an incredible look on her face. Cheng Jinfei looked at her curiously. Do you still know this Jess Zhou? Mother Liu nodded and said, yes, I know him. I have met him several times and talked a lot. Tell me what's going on. Cheng Jinfei curiously pulled Mother Liu over and asked her to sit down and talk. But every time it seems to be about Sissy. About Sissy? Does she also know this Jess Zhou? Cheng Jinfei was curious, and there was a little vigilance in it, as if he was guarding against the little bastard who wanted to cheat his daughter away. Well, it's quite dramatic, and it's quite interesting to talk about it. I saw this guy a few days ago, when I was in the United States. It was the time I told you last time, when Zixi went out with her friends and got drunk. Yeah. Cheng Jinfei nodded in response. Zixi and her friends were hanging out with the Chinese community in San Francisco, and Zhao Jixi was one of the leaders. Yeah. Cheng Jinfei nodded. Go on. I'm really curious about this young man now. Then Mother Liu told her about the first time she met Zhao Jixi and the time she met Zhao Jixi again in the United States. This matter was really just as she said, with a bit of magic. I tell you, this guy is very funny, but he is a very nice person. He keeps his word and is very responsible. Now, he is a good guy. Mother Liu said with a little emotion. Last time Zixi got drunk, this guy called me and said that he promised Zixi something, and we talked a lot on the phone. He also talked to me about investment, gossip, music, and movies. I thought this guy was drunk and bragging. Because he is so responsible, I still have a good impression of him. But I didn't pay attention to what he said. I didn't expect that this Zhao Jixi was really not bragging. Mother Liu said with a look of pity. It's a pity that such a successful investor talked to you about his investment philosophy, but you didn't listen. Yes, there are fewer young people like this now. Keeping promises is a good quality. As he said this, he seemed to have thought of something and said, how is his relationship with Zixi? Yeah, it should be pretty good. But you have to ask the parties involved. Although I'm a mother, I really have no say in this matter. However, I heard that they used to call each other brother and sister, so they may have a good relationship. Oh. Cheng Jinfei nodded. I really didn't expect it. Not to mention the shock of the two families. Even old Zhou, who was filming a movie, saw the news about Zhao Jixi on the internet. When I was browsing the blog, I saw that a friend had reposted some news. I took a look at it curiously, but I didn't expect it to be such a surprising thing. I was wondering, he invested so much money casually at the beginning, and he didn't even blink. It turns out he is a rich man. He is so rich, I guess he can't even put all this money at home. Thinking about this, Lao Zhu took out his phone, wondering if he should make a call to say hello. She didn't think this was flattery or anything. It was a matter of friends having money. Now seeing this interesting news, it would be fun to call and joke. But looking at the time, it was probably early in the morning in the United States, so he thought it was better to give up. It was not a good thing to disturb people's sleep. And Zhao Jixi's two sisters who were far away in Zhonghai, of course, also saw the news in newspapers and on websites. Zhonghai is a big city that is so connected to the international community. How could they not see these news? Neha, who was Zhao Jixi's nanny at the time, and is now officially an assistant, assisting Zhao Jixi's two sisters in Zhonghai, also saw the news. At this time, she was sitting in a 20 square meter office. The surrounding environment was orderly and full of modern fashion, as well as the faint sense of happiness and festive atmosphere unique to wedding companies. Neha sat in the office chair very intellectually. When she was sure that this was news from the United States, she knew that this Jess Zhou was her boss, Jess Zhou. Moreover, in the pictures on the website, she also saw her colleague, Nakayama Miko, following behind Zhao Jixi. She couldn't help but sigh. I didn't expect that we have changed so much in just a few months. But the knock on the door interrupted her thoughts. Come in. A white-collar girl with glasses came in and said, Ms. Neha, the general manager asked you to go to the conference room. Okay, I got it. In the conference room, Zhou third and fourth sisters looked at their brother on the computer and couldn't help but feel a lot of emotions in their hearts. Third sister Zhou is still complaining to the fourth sister, "You didn't expect it. I can't tell that Zhou has such a lucky face. I even doubt whether this person looks like Zhou and has the same name as Zhou." The fourth sister has calmed down now, although this fact is a bit unrealistic. It is the fact. You know, when she saw the news just now, she rushed to see Zhou in a hurry. The third sister thought that the fourth child was crazy about money, but who knew that after she saw the news, she was grinning and screaming like a madman. After that, she has been a little dazed and has not come out of the inexplicable state until now. I knew that this kid was rich, but I didn't expect him to be so rich. Look, he just thought of a few ideas and opened a company with a market value of more than $200 million, which is more than 10 billion in Chao currency. No wonder this kid looked down on our company with tens of millions. It seems that we are really a small temple now. Don't be so entangled. Aren't we doing well here? We have earned more than 4 million so far. If we get those orders, we can basically get our money back in a year. We will be rich women by then. The fourth sister looked at her with amusement and said, "This little money is far less than that of Zhou." Thinking back to when he was a kid, this kid would shyly ask me for money, but things have changed. You're still lamenting about this? How boring. The fourth sister rolled her eyes at the third sister. Neha also arrived at the meeting room at this time. General Manager, Deputy General Manager. The two looked up and said, "Neha, sit down when you come. You are the fastest in meetings and always arrive a little early." The third sister looked at the clock in the meeting room and said with a smile, "Oh, everyone is very fast. My old Teng is here too. Hello, General Manager and Deputy General Manager. Assistant Neha is here too." As she was talking, a fat man with a blessed look walked in. He actually looked a bit like the comedian Mr. Fan. The third sister saw him with a smile and said, "Mr. Teng is here. You are always so punctual." Of course. For meetings, you have to be on time. After one person came, they came one after another like dumplings. When all the people arrived, the third sister also showed her newly trained temperament. "Okay, everyone is here. Let's have a meeting. Let's talk about the cooperation with several online dating websites, and let's discuss the sponsorship of TV blind date shows." The third sister said, "Big sister, we are doing high-end business. Now that several big orders have come, we are also a little famous in the surrounding areas of Zhanghe. Do we still have to spend money on advertising on TV?" One of the planners said, "Aren't we ready to recruit more people now? We have so many good resources, it would be a waste if we don't use them." Everyone knows what the previous boss was like, but I believe everyone understands that I'm different from him. The third sister paused here. Seeing everyone nodded, she continued, "We have done low-end and mid-end business before. Although there is a lot of difference in profit compared to high-end business, more volume means more profit. The previous boss didn't want to recruit people, and everyone worked harder. I also know this. But everyone knows me. If nothing else, at least the company has more people, and you can all be small leaders. Bonuses and commissions will also increase a lot due to the increase in business. In short, I will not treat you unfairly." The third sister said this with high spirits, and her face was full of confidence. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.